Lucy Coppens, and I will be your host today and tomorrow, actually. And I'm super happy to be here for the first time in Linz at Ars Electronica, the place to be in terms of digital arts. And we go beyond the digital arts today because we have this conference about who owns the truth. And today will be all about the true value of ownership and how it relates to a relationship with nature. This is going to be the focus of today. Tomorrow, the focus will be on our relationship to technology. So it's going to be also super interesting. So we have nature, we have technology. We're going to go through all this and explore and question what is truly ours. Really, and we will question like financing or global commons, for example. We will question the intersection of science, technology, and art to make this ownership link with nature to the light. And we're going to, this is going to be what we will do, and I will drive you through the conference. But first of all, I would like to introduce you to our welcome address, and it is Georg Häusler, the Director for Culture, Creativity and Sport in the European Commission. Georg Häusler, please, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Good morning, everybody. It's a bit of an irony that you ask a representative of the European institutions, of the European Commission, who owns the truth or who has the right narrative, because the only thing I experience is we certainly don't seem to own it. Now, I think when we are here faced with all the challenges of our time, green transition and digital transition, working for the European institutions in a way always made me proud, because I feel it's like working for an institution which does policy, makes policy decisions, but it's not necessarily looking to tomorrow's newspaper or today's social media, how the wind blows. I think we always have been, at least we wanted to be, a little bit distant from what's happening out there in order to do the right thing. Now, I think in the green transition and digital transformation, we have made proposals, the Green Deal, digital transformation deal. I'm not entering into any detail on this now. I think we have been doing the right thing. But when it comes to implementing rules, when it comes to implementing changed behavior, because that's in reality what all this means, if we seem all to agree, certainly in this conference, and I'm sure in this room, that we can probably not continue to live the way we have been living the last decades. There needs to be a substantial change of the way we work, of the way we live, of the way we produce, of the way we eat, of the way we move, everything really. But when it comes to implementing this, it also means that every individual will have to change his or her way of living. And I think when you meet this junction, things become complicated. Now we have, I think, a political debate ongoing in all the member states of the European Union. Speaking here in Austria, I think here it's particularly fierce, where you have populist movements, parties who completely deny this reality and who say, you know, the only thing Brussels or Austria or anybody wants to do is impose rules, say no, forbid things, and don't let people express their own individual willingness. Now, I think here we are all like-minded, and when you walk around the expositions here, I think everybody is going in this direction and everybody has understood what this is about. But I think there is one thing we all need to do. We need to go out there and convince the others, convince the majority of people that we need to change the way we are doing things, and that this is going to be at a cost for each and every individual to change his or her way of living. And that's a difficult one to do. I think we are on the right track to do it, but I believe there is also a big challenge still ahead of us. So looking forward to the discussions this morning. Thanks a lot for all this event. I think it's a great event, this Ars Electronica, showing how things can change and shape the future. Good luck for the further deliberation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Georg. Whoa. That was a little bit too much energy in the microphone. No, I'm also very curious myself, I must say, because as we were curating the conference together with the team of Ars Electronica, we prepared a plan for you. So let me introduce you to what are you going to experiment today, all about this truth. And as said, we prepared something interactive for you about what can you truly own. I hope you're going to enjoy this. Stay tuned, it come next thing. But then we're going to go from high skies to deep seas, and we're going to have the question, of course, like what can we own actually, and can we own what doesn't belong to us? So we're going to go to who owns the space, we're going to go to who owns the deep sea, and then we will move on to financing our common future, how to fund, how to hedge, how to manage the global commons. This will also be finished in the morning. Can a European wealth tax close the green investment gap? Also a super important question. So, Georg, I hope we will also talk. This is relating to what you were saying before. It will come to a cost that we know already. And this is in the afternoon. Who was there yesterday night for the S+T+ARTS prize at the award ceremony? Come on, raise it up, but don't be shy. Yeah, okay. So you already saw them, but now we want to talk to them. So we're going to have the two winners, and they will be joined also for a panel to bridge art, tech, and environment right after. Then we're going to have a great keynote about the ownership of narratives, because we're going to shift from the ownership as such to the narrative about ownership. So let's get a little bit more intellectual there and question like, which sort of stories do we actually tell about this ownership? Who is telling these stories? Does it impact the ownership relationship? So it's going to be really interesting, and I'm totally happy to have with us a session, a yawning circle. Who knows yawning circles here? Yes, so you know what it is, and we're going to explore together the Indigenous Protocols into artificial intelligence working with Rafia, and I'm super happy to have the country-centered design session then at the end of the day, and then we will close with Aina Abiodun with the myth of technology, innovation as a savior. And it's going to be really great. Believe me, because I was briefing the speaker, and I cannot wait. So I'm going to be here in the first row, and I'm going to jump on stage from time to time to introduce the speakers, but I will certainly enjoy the conversation. There is a QR code coming up here. Yes, it's big enough. I think you can have it from all. I mean, tell me if I'm in your way. I can move a bit for those who are being there. It's really great to have this arena shape here. So have a look at this code, go to Mentimeter, and then just take the first question. Do you have it, everybody? Yes? We still have 1 minute, don't worry. This is good. So let's have a look. First question is, we still left the QR code on every slide, don't worry. We thought you might need some time this morning. So the first question is, what is ownership? And you know what? Feel free. Write what you think. Which is the first word you have in your mind when you think about ownership? Anna, tell me, and I have to introduce to Anna, who is the brain behind the brain, definitely. So you conceived a lot of these questions on Mentimeter.
You have to go, if it says, go to the slide, like just this yellow button on the top.
Yes, yellow button.
If you don't see the main slide, it says go to the slide.
Okay, so if you don't see the main slide, it says go to the slide. That sounds great as an explanation. Go to the slide, and then you can type your answer. So Anna, tell me, may they give a couple of answers? May they, like say 2 words or 3 words? 200 characters. Okay, you have 200 characters. This is what is happening. So tell me, oh yeah, okay, oh wow, okay, you are busy this morning. This is great. So control. Who said control? Who is it? You did. Good one. I didn't think of that one. This is great. Okay, great. This is great. Control. I didn't think of that. Responsibility is a good one. Dominance. Okay, egoism. Who said egoism? You don't dare to tell me, right? Where are you? I don't see you. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, okay. Are you done, everyone? Or can we see a couple of more answers here? What's under the QR code? Can anybody read for me? No? Probably that's the most important one. Legal protected right. This is good. This is really good. Okay, I see. We have a qualified audience. This is wonderful. Done? Shall we move on to the next question? Yeah? So, next question. It's a very easy one. Do you own any pets? Think of it. So let me do it analog first. Who does own a dog to start with? What? Okay. Cats. Don't be shy. I mean, I'm not going to judge this, I'm like, I don't have any pets. I travel too much. Yeah. Okay. Any kind of pets. Fish. What if? No? Good. Okay. So now think about this. No, hold on. Give me your hands again so that I can count and I can compare. Who owns a pet, generally, whatever it is? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so now I want to see. No. Can we see the yes? 43 responses, come on. Okay. Can you see the yes on the program? So it means everybody said no. So you don't own your pet. Okay.
Friends with a cat, said someone.
What?
I'm friends with a cat.
I'm friends with a cat. That's great. I mean, I am a parent of plants, but there are no pets for now. We didn't do the plant thing. Okay, good. But it's interesting. Like, who of you has a pet and say they don't own a pet? That's nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, hold on. Okay, good. Let's go to the next question. Next question. That's a little bit more complicated. So, can a farmer own land at all? First, yes, it's how property works. Second, only if it is historically belonging to, okay, I didn't see the question, but you see the questions. So you have it. Very curious to hear this. Can a farmer own land? Wow. I love to see this in real time, like, are you influenced by the answers of others? Woo, okay. The wheel is moving. Definitely yes. Okay, only if it historically belonged to their people. Okay. Yes, but not the mineral resources underground. Anna, can you tell me what is this one again? And as it belongs to? The pink one, the majority one. What do they say? Everyone. It belongs to everyone. Okay. It's interesting. It's really interesting. We could do actually a political survey here and see what does this mean for political consequences. Okay, good. Are you enjoying this? Do you like it? Yeah? It's just to warm you up about ownership, So, Anna, thank you to have conceived this. This is a great stuff. And I think we're going to move on. No, we don't have another one, right? We're going to, truffle the conference with these little questions throughout the day, right? So that you keep on if you plan to stay a little bit longer. Okay? Good. Shall we move on? Are we ready? Are we ready to take off? Yes? Okay. Because I promise you a fantastic travel now. I said from deep sea to high skies, or actually from high skies to deep sea. Maybe we'll do it the other way around. Can we own what doesn't belong to us? And it is really my great honor to introduce a real-life astronaut on stage. I wanted to be an astronaut as I was a little kid. It didn't work out. I couldn't wrap my brain around the math or the other way around. But she is the chief inspiration astronaut of Space2Inspire. She's the founder of the Proctor Foundation for Art and Science. She was the mission pilot of SpaceX Inspiration 4, the first all-civilian orbital mission. She is the first African-American woman to pilot a spacecraft. Yes, she's the first African-American commercial astronaut and the first African-American to paint in space. Do I need to add more? Yes, I can add more, actually. Her motto is Space to Inspire. She's a great artist, an Afrofuturist artist, and she believes that when we solve the issues for space, then we solve the issues for Earth. So, Dr. San Proctor, I'm insanely happy to have you, and how does the entitlement we feel over the Earth? Tell us a little bit more. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Move these a little bit in. It's a real honor to be here to talk to you about who owns space and to share with you my space story. I want to start by asking the question of who wanted to be an astronaut when they were a kid. Raise your hand if you wanted to be an astronaut going to space. You can look around and see everybody raising their hand. Okay, who still wants to be an astronaut and go into space? Even if you didn't raise your hand, who would go to space right now given the opportunity? Okay, there are a few people in here that are like, yes. Well, I think one of the big things is when we're talking about who owns space, we first have to define what is space. And a technical term for where our atmosphere ends and space begins is called the Kármán line. It is 100 kilometers above sea level, and it is where the molecules are so spread out that they can no longer provide lift. And as a result, you need propulsion in order to be able to move in that space. And so that's where space begins. So who owns the space above the Kármán line? Does anybody know? The answer is everyone in this room. We all own space. According to the Outer Space Treaty, no nation can claim ownership over any part of space. It belongs to all of us. But how does that translate into reality, right? The reality is that ownership is really about occupation. Who occupies the space? And so when a satellite or a space station is shot into orbit, it occupies a certain orbital spot. And as a result of that, the result of that occupation means that another satellite or space station can't be in that same spot. And so when you think about ownership of space, it comes down to occupation. And historically, that means that it goes to the nations that have been able to launch materials into space. And that's only a few countries in the world that have been able to do that successfully. So the question now becomes, if space occupation is how we are establishing ownership at the moment, then if all of humanity owns space, who is responsible for cleaning up space? One of the biggest issues that we are facing right now is orbital debris or junk in space. This is an image of not the functioning satellites, but the junk in space that is no longer functioning. And whose responsibility is it to clean up this, knowing that if we continue to pollute space, it may cut off access for all of us and opportunity to this as a resource. And so when I think about space and what we need to do to ensure that we all have access to it, the answer is engagement. How do we as citizens become more engaged in the narrative of human spaceflight? Because it's being written right now. When we talk about policy and what's happening in this space, and if we're not engaged in what's happening, then we're throwing away our claim or our access to that space. And so for me, I've been chasing space my entire life. I was born on the island of Guam. Anybody been to Guam? No, oh, one person over there. And the reason why I was born on Guam is because my dad worked at the NASA tracking station during the Apollo missions. So my family was on Guam during Apollo 11, the first humans to step on the moon. And I consider myself a moon celebration baby because I was born 8.5 months after Neil Armstrong took those famous first steps. Who else is a moon celebration baby? There's got to be one or two of you in here. Anybody? Am I the only one? And so I grew up with all of this memorabilia from NASA that my dad had gotten. He was a hidden figure, if you saw the movie, didn't have an advanced degree, but was really self-taught in math and was able to work for the space industry. And I grew up with all this beautiful NASA memorabilia on my dad's office wall. And I thought when I was a kid, okay, I'm going to have the right stuff. I am going to become a fighter pilot, and I am going to go to space and become an astronaut. And then life got in the way, and I ended up becoming a geoscience professor. Mainly the life got in the way in the form of glasses. Back in the 80s, you couldn't be a military aviator if you wore glasses. And so I went off and I became an explorer, living my life and doing my thing. And then in my late 30s, when I was 38 years old, somebody said, NASA's looking for astronauts, you should apply. So imagine getting an email where someone says, NASA's looking for astronauts, you should apply. And I thought, okay, I'm just a community college professor, but I did apply. And as a result of throwing my name into the hat, I went through the NASA selection process, and in 2009, I got down to the yes-no phone call to become a NASA astronaut. And the answer was no. It was a devastating no phone call. And here I was, 39 years old, thinking my dream had slipped away. And so I had to repivot and do other things. And I was living my life again, and then COVID happened. And during COVID in 2020, my life radically changed because I went from being just a geoscience professor to being creative and becoming an artist. How many of you baked during COVID? Sourdough? Yeah, some people. How many of you picked up a new hobby or a musical instrument during COVID? Right there. And so a lot of us found creativity as a way to get through the chaos of the unknown of a world of COVID and lockdown. And for me, I became a space artist. I started making postcard art because I thought, well, I'm not an artist, but I can cut things out in collage art and share this joy of creativity with people. So I started doing that. And then in February of 2021, an announcement came out for the first all-civilian mission to orbit called Inspiration 4. It was a Super Bowl ad. And I didn't watch the Super Bowl, but my phone started blowing up, and my friends were like, you can win a seat to space. If you donate to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, you can win a seat to space. Or you can also win a seat to space if you create a 2-minute Twitter video expressing why they should take you. So I did both. I donated to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and I created a poem expressing why they should take me to space. Would you like to hear it? Okay. This is my poem called Space to Inspire, and it literally won me my seat to space. You've got space. I've got space. We all have space to inspire. That's why we dream of going higher and higher. But what is space if you can't breathe? Let's stop sucking out the air of our humanity. We have a moment to seize the light, Earth from space, both day and night. We have J for justice, to ignite the bold. We have E for equity, to cut past the old. We have D for diversity, to end the fight. We have I for inclusion, to try to make it right. A Jedi space to rally behind, a universal force so big it binds. inspiration to change the world, a new beginning for us to hold. It's not about you, it's not about me, it's about space to inspire for all of humanity. Science, technology, engineering, and math, sending us out on the explorer's path. But don't forget the arts, the heartbeat of time. Consider sending a poet who knows how to rhyme. So let us drop the mic and close the capsule door, but please make sure Dr. Proctor's on board. My space to inspire is what we need. Inspiration for all of humanity. So I recorded that. Thank you. So in February of 2021, I recorded this video and put it on Twitter. And literally a few weeks later, I found out that my childhood dream was going to come true, that I was going to go to space. And so I started training. And for those of you, have any of you heard of Inspiration 4? Raise your hand if you know. There's a couple of people here that found it. So what exactly is Inspiration 4 and what I went through? Here is Inspiration 4.
The reason I started SpaceX was to get humanity to Mars. We want to try to make the dream of space accessible to anyone, and ultimately making science fiction not fiction forever.
What they're about to do will change the game entirely. 4 civilians are going to space. They will orbit the Earth for 3 days. On their own.
You know, my dream of always wanting to go to space. I wanted to let you know that I got selected.
They start telling me about this all-civilian mission to space.
How many astronauts are going? And that's when she said, none. Haley was diagnosed with bone cancer.
I haven't died, and I'm not going to die.
Having cancer made me who I am.
My dream is to be a nurse.
I'm getting to show them what their life can look like after cancer. If I can do it, you can definitely do it.
I went upstairs after the phone call, though, and told my wife, I think I'm gonna ride a rocket. And she just, what?
I don't think I'll think about the worldly impact this mission is going to have until Chris is back on the ground. I'm like, why would they choose me? Look at that. But my dad had instilled this idea in me that I could do anything.
I'm commander of Inspiration 4. No matter what, I'm a father first, and that comes with a great deal of responsibility.
What is the speed?
25 times the speed of sound, or 17,500 miles an hour.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's getting real.
Our mission to space had to serve a bigger purpose, which is why it's a $200 million fundraising campaign for the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
There have been 3 Black female American astronauts who have made it to space. I will be number 4.
Start thinking about what could happen and the risks that are involved.
These people are you and me, and they will kick the doors open to space for the rest of us.
This is where we're gonna live for 3 days.
Home sweet home.
Thank you. And to kind of put it into perspective, so in 2021, February, I put in to win Inspiration 4. In March of 2021, I found out that I won Inspiration 4. And when Jared Isaacman, my commander, told me that I won my seat to space, the next thing he said was, and I want you to be my mission pilot. And I thought, does he know that I've only flown a Cessna 172? And I was like, wow, my 2 childhood dreams of wanting to be a pilot and go to space are coming true at the same time. And so we came together as a crew, and the 4 of us, 4 civilians, And we trained for just under 6 months, and we launched to space on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket with a Dragon capsule on top. And when we talk about the significance of this, SpaceX launched its first humans, 2 NASA astronauts, in May of 2020, the first time they had launched any humans to space. And that was with Bob and Doug. And then in September of 2020, their second ever human launch was Crew 1, which was another 4 NASA astronauts. And then in April, I think it was April of 2021, they launched Crew 2, which was 4 more NASA astronauts. So SpaceX had done 3 launches with 10 NASA astronauts. And then they said, we're going to send civilians to orbit. And so I trained for 6 months, and I want to talk about my commander when we're talking about who owns space and access to space and what it means. A lot of the narrative is about how billionaires are sending people to space or taking up space for themselves. But you can look at my commander, Jared Isaacman. He is a billionaire, and he could have easily said, I'm going to fly my buddies to space. But instead, he knew the significance of this being the first mission where it was going to be all civilians. And instead of flying his buddies, he did 2 amazing things. First, he reached out to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and said, I want to do the largest fundraiser in your history to try to help end childhood cancer worldwide. How about a $200 million fundraiser? And then he said, I want to fly a childhood cancer survivor, Haley Arsenault, who at 10 was diagnosed with bone cancer in her leg. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital saved her life. She grew up to become a physician's assistant there. And so she was selected for the Hope seat. And then he gave away to 2 strangers the other 2 seats. Chris Simbrowski won the generosity seat by donating to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And then I won the prosperity seat as an artist and poet. And so when you think about who owns space and how we can open up access and democratize space, this is an example of that. And so we came together, and the day of launch was September 15th, 2021. This photo was taken right before we were going to space. And I remember when people asked me, my friends and family came to the historic Kennedy Space Center, Launch Pad 39A, where they sent the Apollo astronauts to the moon. They watched as the countdown ticked down. And people asked me, was I afraid when I was sitting on that rocket about to go to space? And I tell them, no, I wasn't afraid. I was ready. So you can imagine, you're sitting there and you're strapped in, and suddenly the Falcon 9 rocket comes to life, and you feel the thrust pulling you back. We launched just after sunset, and all of my friends and family and loved ones were there watching me, cheering me on as my childhood dream came true.
Copy that, Dragon. And it has been an absolute honor to prepare you for this historic flight. Today, you are truly inspiring the world. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
And to think that the impossible has now become possible for me. And what does that mean for all of us when it comes to the thought of who owns space and the access? To all of you that raised your hand and said, I'd like to go. My friends and family watched as I blasted off into space, and most people said it was one of the most beautiful launches they'd ever seen. minutes. That's all it takes is 10 minutes to get to space. Think about that. It's 10 minutes away. A lot of times people ask me, what was my favorite moment while I was in space? I was up there for 3 days. And there are many favorite moments. But one of them was when we opened our forward hatch to the cupola. Now, the Dragon capsule is designed to dock with the International Space Station. But we were doing what's called a free flyer mission. We weren't going to the International Space Station. We were going to live for 3 days in the Dragon capsule, and we were going to just orbit the Earth. And so SpaceX said, well, since you're not docking to the International Space Station, how would you like a cupola, a window, the biggest, most continuous window ever flown into space, so that you can look back at our beautiful Earth? And we said, yes, that would be great. We'll take that. And so this is the moment when we opened the forward hatch and got to see the planet Earth for the first time through our cupola, this beautiful giant window. And I'm going to show you this video. I can't play the music that's associated with it, but I want you to know that while I was up there, you're not going to see me. You're going to see me showing the video of my crew members. But at the same time, I queued up music. And because of copyright, I can't show it to you. But you can imagine, as the cupola is opening, the 2001 Space Odyssey music is playing at the same time. And so as we're watching, I'm going to narrate what's happening here. So Chris Dombrowski is pulling back the forward hatch, and then Haley is looking up, and you can see her 0G doggy, which is the St. Jude therapy dog that's floating in the background there as our 0G indicator. And so Haley is going to pull out this ribbon, and her job is to protect the forward hatch. And you can see my commander there is taking video also. And there's going to be a moment when Haley looks up for the first time and sees the Earth through our cupola, and watch her expression. At about this moment, my commander is saying, "Holy bleep," and then Haley looks up. Exactly, and then I pan over. And the view is absolutely stunning. And you can see how we all just stopped and looked up. This moment of being up there and having this orbital perspective of our home planet causes a shift in perspective called the overview effect. And this is my selfie from space. And this, all of the light that you see on my face there is Earth light. Earth light. Think about that. Think about moonlight and the way when you see the full moon rising and you step outside and you're being bathed in moonlight, how that makes you feel. Moonlight, right? Think about all the myth and lore and history and love and romance we have associated with moonlight. Now imagine you're floating in space and you're looking back at our planet and you're being bathed in Earth light. Think about how that transforms you and makes you feel about our planet and all of the life and the beauty that is happening there. And so this is one of the reasons why astronauts say we should send artists and poets to space so that they can experience the beauty, magic, awe, and wonder of our planet, and then be able to come back and translate that and share that in a way that is meaningful and transformative for us here on Earth who have not had the opportunity yet to experience this. Another really great moment for me was that one, I got to fly my dad's Neil Armstrong autograph Both of my parents had passed away, so they didn't get a chance to see me achieve this childhood dream. But they were there with me in spirit, and the ability to float that Neil Armstrong autograph that my dad got, 51 years earlier when he was on Guam and I was incubating in my mom's belly. And then the other thing that I got to do was I got to paint in space. And so this was my painting, Afro-Gaia, Mother Earth, my representation. So I drew and painted that entire piece while on orbit. When you get great opportunity, you have great responsibility. And so me and my crew came back. When we splashed down, we learned up until that moment we had raised around $180 million for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And when we splashed down, SpaceX said, congratulations, Elon just threw $50 million to St. Jude, pushing us over the $200 million. And for me, what I think about when I think about my responsibility, I think about my poem and how we are writing the narrative of human spaceflight right now. And the role, if we want it to truly be for all of humanity, what does that mean? How do we promote and create that Jedi space, that just, equitable, diverse, and inclusive space, so that we can trek through our solar system instead of fight? Star Wars, Star Trek? Anybody? Star Trek? And so it's a Star Wars acronym, but definitely with a Star Trek meaning behind it. And this whole idea of what human spaceflight means for Earth. And so as we solve for space, we're solving for Earth. And what I mean by this, because a lot of times people ask me, why go to space when we have all of these problems here on Earth? Why are we wasting so much money, resource, and energy on the advancement of human spaceflight? And the answer is, as we push to the moon, Mars, and beyond, human spaceflight is all about efficiency. You cannot live in space or on the moon and Mars without being efficient in food, water, energy, resource management, and waste management. What are the problems that we have here on Earth? Food, water, energy, resource management, and waste management. And so all of that efficiency, all of that technology, all of that knowledge is being developed and created here on Earth, where that spin-off technology will make a difference. Someone asked me about space, and I said, we wouldn't be able to take on climate change if we didn't have satellites in orbit. You wouldn't have your GPS. You wouldn't know about your weather. We wouldn't know when hurricanes are about to hit. We wouldn't be able to monitor forest fires and all of these things that threaten our planet without space assets. And why we need to claim ownership of this. And so when I think about, and so to move on from that, what am I doing now? I am a ex-arts fellow at Arizona State University, so I'm still a geoscience professor, but I'm working on all of my art, and I'm in a fabrication lab, and I'm creating both digital and physical pieces of art. And so I want to thank you for listening to me and my space story, and how we all own space, and how we need to take ownership of that space. Thank you.
Clap. I wish I could clap, but I can I have my, thank you very much for the microphone. Yeah, I wanted to clap, but I can't. But thank you so much. That was really a great and inspirative talk. So it's a great moment for all of us to understand, maybe like coming back from the space to have a new view on the problems and the logistics and what's happening on Earth is something that we wanted to hear today. Please join me on this sofa just for 1 second, because the conversation is not finished for you.
It isn't, and I think I had one more slide I had to show. Sorry about that at the end there.
Can we have that slide very quickly, please? What was the slide?
It was the transition. So we're transitioning from space to sea, and I created, before I went to space, I created a special piece called Seeker. And this piece, the physical piece of art, actually went down to the Mariana Trench the deepest part of our planet. I call it adventure art. And it went to the Titanic in the submersible that actually imploded earlier this year. And so this is our transition, and you're gonna see my character Afro-Gaia. So this is our transition from space to ocean.
Great. I don't need to moderate anymore. So if we can have this again. Otherwise, if you can already come to the sofa, because you will be joined in a second. And I'm very glad to introduce the next two speakers. I will have a co-host in that case, because Mekhala Dave, an ocean law and policy analyst, a legal researcher at the TBA 21 Academy. She's a mapping deep sea mining development expert, so to speak, from a nuanced and transdisciplinary framework at the intersection of art, law, and science. And she will be the moderator of the next session, because we have a fireside chat. And Dr. Simon Proctor will be speaking with Pradeep Singh, a fellow at the Research Institute for Sustainability in Potsdam, remotely, I think, right? They're going to join us from Potsdam. I'm coming from Berlin, so it's not that far away, so it's really interesting. So anyway, please, Mekhala, come on stage. You're all cabled. You have your microphone here. Thank you. Oh, yes. Enjoy the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Essie, for the introduction. And Sean, neither Pradeep nor I can beat your presentation. It was beautiful, so inspiring. And it was lovely to see your journey through the space, but also this journey of art and creativity that you introduced to us today. I'd love to begin with asking you this question, what your relationship to the ocean is.
Thank you. Actually, my relationship to the ocean is as deep as my relationship is with space. I've been very fortunate as a geoscientist to have a love of the ocean, even though I've lived in the landlocked Phoenix most of my life. I was a NOAA teacher at sea and up in Kodiak, Alaska. I was also a polar trek teacher up in Barrow, Alaska, looking at coastal erosion and the impact of the ice not coming in as often as it usually did. And then also I spent 2 months on the JOIDIS Resolution, which is a drilling ship that goes around and drills for ocean climate research. And so we bring up these giant these giant sediment cores, and they're actually a record of past environments. And so I spent 2 months there in the Antarctic Circumpolar Current doing research on that.
That's beautiful and quite informative. And also you said that you're from the island of Guam. So maybe that also is kind of an inspiration, and you're surrounded by the ocean. And
absolutely.
And it's been your childhood journey as well. And I really also wanted to introduce Pradeep again, that he is my dear friend as well as my colleague, and we've been to something called the International Seabed Authority together, which is based in Jamaica. It's where deep sea mining operations and regulations are being discussed and negotiated. But I just wanted to also ask Pradeep how he fell into the work of deep sea governance to begin with.
Yeah, thank you very much. Are you able to hear me clearly? Yes. Yes? Great. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there in person, but this has been so inspiring, especially Sean. Thank you for your presentation earlier. Well, how I got into this space or the deep sea space, well, I'm from Malaysia and I grew up in Malaysia. So that's one of the global biodiversity hotspots. So I've always been close to nature. But also, I was born and raised on an island called Penang. And so I've always been inseparable from the ocean. But in terms of how I really got into this space, it was through university. I was, attracted to subjects like international law, environmental law. Eventually, I went on to do a master's program on international environmental law, took a course on the law of the sea. And that's how I got exposed to the deep sea, essentially. As one of the syllabus or one of the items on the syllabus was the deep sea and minerals in the deep sea. And that's how I got into this space. I went on to do a PhD in this topic. So since then, there's been no turning back. At the moment, I advise quite a few state delegations. on negotiations, and that's my picture right there at the International Seabed Authority. And I'm also a legal advisor to the IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, that takes part in these negotiations. And that's essentially where I am at the moment, continuing this work on the deep ocean.
And you spoke about how not only did you get into the deep ocean governance, but also how we've met through International Seabed Authority in Jamaica. So could you tell a little bit about that and put us through the journey of this context of overarching question, who owns or who governs the deep sea?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So the International Seabed Authority, that's essentially an international organization with about 168 member states. And these states are essentially coming together to administer what is called the common heritage of humankind. So the mineral resources that are located on the International Seabed Authority, that has been designated under international law as the common heritage of humankind. So essentially, as what Sean was sort of saying, it sort of, technically or theoretically belongs to all of us, everyone in the room there as well as everyone else. But at the same time also, I think if you really look deeper, and I quite resonate with what Sean was actually saying earlier, even though we sort of own this space and we own the resources, those that are actually governing the space, that's a slightly different set of actors. Really depends on occupation and presence, as Sean mentioned as well. And the decisions on, what do we actually do about these resources, that's actually in the hands of a handful of players. Essentially, those that have the technology, those are the ones that are setting the scene and setting the rules. Negotiations are ongoing at the moment at the International Seabed Authority. So exploration work has been going on and contracts have been awarded by the International Seabed Authority, but no exploitation as of yet. And that's what is being negotiated at the moment. I think a step in the right direction is that a growing number of states are concerned, and they have voiced their concerns about the environmental implications about deep seabed mining, and these are thought to be very severe, and scientific knowledge is still lacking to sort of provide a basis in which extraction of these minerals can happen in a responsible way. And so you have now about 20 or more countries that are actually calling for a moratorium or even a ban on deep seabed mining, since we cannot do this in a responsible way.
And I suppose that this has also been a crucial year in the negotiations as well at the International Seabed Authority, right? Because of the progress that it has made in terms of narrowing down the negotiations, but also at the same time leaving the door a bit open to finalize it. Could you tell us a little bit about that as well? Why is it a crucial year for the deep sea specifically?
Yeah, you're completely right. So some states are pushing for the regulations to be adopted as quickly as possible so that mining activities can commence. But as I've mentioned, a growing number of states are sort of resisting this acceleration and sort of saying we need to slow down and we need to take a pause in order to ensure that we have sufficient knowledge for this. But it's not just about deep sea and deep seabed mining that the year 2023 is an important year. Earlier this year in March, states actually came together at the United Nations and agreed on a new landmark treaty for the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in the marine space beyond national jurisdiction. So you may know this as the High Seas Treaty, and that is open for signature, or going to be open for signature in New York in less than 2 weeks. So on the one hand, we have negotiations for deep seabed mining and to allow extraction activities to happen. But on the other hand, you do have a new sort of regime recognizing that the ocean is under an emergency and we need to conserve and protect the deep ocean especially. And they've set up a new regime to deal with this. And so now it's a very interesting pivotal moment in time this year to see how states behave and how they interact. We need to ensure that that we do not undermine the ambitions that we're taking on our left hand with sort of other endeavors that we take with our right hand, and that is why this year is going to be a very important year, and of course the years to come as well. Other developments include negotiations at the moment to end plastic pollution, and we know plastics and microplastics, they've even reached the deepest part of the ocean, and so that is also an encouraging sign that states are recognizing the problems and want to take action against it. And so all that would weigh in also on the sort of pollution and environmental implications that would arise if and when we start seabed mining.
I just also want to kind of circle back to the question I asked you, Sean, and also you, Pradeep, what the relationship of ours is to the ocean, but also want to broadly ask the audience later as well, in line of all of that. But I was wondering, Pradeep, you mentioned key players, the states, but also industries. But are there other key players as well, like the civilians, as Sean mentioned, that have some kind of influence to kind of see how there's a shift in policy, or like maybe there's a shift in like a mindset as well, broadly overall, about the deep sea that is so remote and so far away from us?
Yeah, and I think there was just a really nice picture that came up behind you a few seconds ago, and right now as well, where you actually see civil society there sort of, demonstrating right outside the meeting room in Jamaica, that essentially sort of saying that, hey, what you're planning to do that's going to affect all of us and, humankind, those of us who own the resources, we are not really going to see any benefit from this. It's just a handful of industry players that might see benefit from these activities, and they are not actually going to compensate us for the burdens that we will have to carry. So in essence, we'd end up with the situation that only a few will benefit, but a lot will carry the burdens of what's actually happening. In terms of the space for civil society engagement as well as environmental organizations, this has sort of, picked up, and then you see the picture behind you of all of us there. This has sort of picked up in recent years as more and more actors, non-state actors, have gotten concerned about the prospects that these activities could happen without, a broad agreement from states as well as actors on their social acceptance and the legitimacy of such activities. And so you've seen more and more observers attending the meetings of the International Seabed Authority, including indigenous communities, as you see in the picture right now behind you, sort of addressing member states and sort of trying to get across the point that, it's not just environmental implications that would arise from seabed mining, but also what about cultural and indigenous rights and how, we see the deep sea as part of life and part of our culture and our heritage. So all these questions are being brought to the table right now. And I think a very good sign is that, more and, the fact that civil society and environmental groups are making this an important topic, and they are sort of forcing national governments to actually engage in discussion. And so we see a lot of consultations going on, national governments being forced to shift their positions, as well as to be accountable for the positions that they take at the international arena, and to sort of justify, why they think that we can go ahead with this activity at this point in time. And if they cannot justify that, then they would have to shift their position.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask you, Sean and Pradeep, and I also will try to answer this question. How do we then care about these two realms of space, but also the deep sea? And how do we inspire people to care about it as well?
That's a great question. When I think about resources and resource extraction and mining, the deep mining of the ocean, to me, is just such a terrible idea, because ocean, needs to be protected. It needs to be managed sustainably, and we need to engage in more scientific exploration of our oceans. And what we can do is we can really concentrate on, well, how can we mine resources in space to relieve the pressures of the demands of humanity's gobbling up of resources on Earth. And if we can successfully take and shift to resources in the asteroid belt or other places, even maybe lunar, and be able to do some of the heavy industrial manufacturing and stuff in space, what does that mean and look like for Earth in our future here? And when we can take a lot of that polluting, that destructive kind of like activity that also enables us to have this kind of lifestyle that we want and to be able to build the built environment around us. And so figuring out ways to do that by going to space in order to, save Earth, for example, and particularly our oceans. When I showed that picture from space, you could see, there wasn't any land in there. We live on a water world. And the more we can embrace that fact and manage it in a way that is equitable, I think the better off we were going to be as for humanity.
And Pradeep, what about you when it comes to caring for the other realm, the deep sea?
That's a really good question. It's something that I always think about. And we need metals, we need to develop, but we should also be responsible in the ways that we get them. I need money to run my household, but it doesn't mean that I rob the bank to get that money and things like that. So there are limits to what we can do, and we should always prioritize exploring more responsible options, even though that might be a hard decision to take. And not look for the easy way out. I think, from my perspective, what we need to do is, we of course need to keep educating ourselves and follow developments in order to allow us to participate effectively. And I really like the ideas of having, more events like this, public events, town hall meetings, consultations, Q&A with national governments, and sort of like really understanding what the issue is and what would be the responsible solution to go forward. And I think as a scientist, as an academic myself, I see my role as, communicating the message that I can at events like this, perhaps also using art and film. I think that's an effective way to get the message across. But more importantly, to engage youth, because I think they're the future and they're the ones that are going to be making these important decisions, including to rectify and correct the mistakes that we make now. And so I think, sort of embracing and engaging youth and bringing them into this space, that's the way forward. And even at the last meeting at the International Seabed Authority, it was quite encouraging that a group of observers called the Sustainable Ocean Alliance, which is essentially a youth-led group, they were admitted as an observer to the International Seabed Authority. And we would then now have the youth perspective also coming to the International Seabed Authority and sort of showing, or at least, being able to advocate for their generation and generations to come.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. As I've also been attending the International Seabed Authority, I see there's a lot more engagement, especially given that the authority itself is a very opaque and a remote space itself for a lot of people, and it's difficult to understand the process behind the negotiations. So it's lovely to see indigenous communities and youth communities come together. I also wanted to open it to the audience as well to ask if you have any questions for Sean, me, or Pradeep. This would be a great moment to do that. Yes, please.
I have a question for Sean.
We need a microphone. Can you take my microphone, please? Great, if you give me my... Yes, thank you, to give you the microphone back. We need somebody here. I'm going to help you to moderate this, Mekala. And then, okay, so we have a question here in the first row. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a question for Sean. Being out in space, outside the boundaries of our Earth, looking at our, like you said, our blue planet, you obviously, like, we have a look at our planet. Like, I've seen the ocean and I see the horizon and lots of water, but looking at from outside and having that inspiration, I guess, when you see that water and seeing without this blue planet, and a healthy blue planet, we wouldn't be able to survive. What would you say to, especially, I'm interested in young people who are having to adopt this entire blue planet and take care of it in the future? What would you say to young people with this inspiration of how we protect it? Like, what would you say as an astronaut of why it's important that we protect it, having that aspect from the outside?
You know, that's a really good question. When I think about it clearly was the blue of our planet with the atmosphere and the kind of the circulation of water really kind of captivates you. Our planet is a portrait in motion. And if you think about that, we are the individual bristles of a brush, right? And you think that you can't create a masterpiece portrait with just one bristle, but collectively we can make masterpieces when we all come together. And I think, you know, kind of like some of these metaphors for the younger generation is that when we talk about space and the importance of our spaces and how we can claim and protect them, the oceans is one of the most amazing space, and how we can, and I think one of the things that we have is we have a disconnect between being able to enjoy and love the ocean, but really also how we think about protecting it, and giving young people voice, agency, and tools to be able to do that. And so how do you do that? Well, first, a large amount of the population has never even been to the ocean. If you think about some of the people who live in the interior, I live in Phoenix, and so I get to the ocean only a few times in my life. And so how do you build a connection to something that seems so foreign? And I think part of it is that you go to where they are and you make connections with the youth and where they are in the oceans. And there's so many ways with technology that we can now bring the ocean to them. One of the things is just through with artists and VR experiences, and being able to have that experience when you're young, where you're in a headset, you're exploring the ocean, you're getting a sense of what it's like, even though it's not really, you're not really there, but you still can feel something for it, right? By creating these emotional connections, and you want to build it so that they want to go. You know, as a kid, the reason why I wanted to go to space, I watched Star Trek. You know, I watched the TV show, and I was like, I want to trek through the solar system. I want to be Uhura. I want to do that. And so how do we go and have stories and narratives that captivate and inspire and motivate them to feel connected, even if they're not living by the ocean and can see it every day? And I think that that's so important that we figure out good ways to do that.
Oh, hello. I have a question for Sean. I'm happy for your extraordinary experience you made, the trip. But are you really not critical at all to the whole thing and Elon Musk's activities around space and all, like the intentions he has? Of course, it must be really like overwhelming what you've experienced, but still, to me, how about the perspective of this being a great PR for Elon Musk, and maybe you and your colleagues being even used in a way for his gaining power and doing his activities, which can be really not be critical to his activities at all?
Oh, no, I think that part of that is when you're talking about, and this is one of the things when we're talking about being critical of an individual versus being able to understand the benefits of the technology that's being created. And so when you talk about maybe the individual and the politics, or again, when you're talking about access to power and things like that, you can say, okay, how many here drive a Tesla? Do you love your Tesla, but not necessarily the person who created, because Elon's brought Teslas to the world and electric cars. Are we pro that, or are we not pro that, and the uses of that technology? And so when we're talking about space, and we're talking about not just Elon, but also Jeff Bezos, those are the two richest people in the world, and we're talking about Amazon. right? And we're talking about consumerism, and we're talking about the purchase of products. And then you ask in the room who owns an Amazon account and who has gotten products from Amazon. And so this line between use and support versus, I guess you would say, living and thinking about how to use tools and technologies that are being created for the betterment of humanity. And so when I think about myself and going to space and opening up access to space, I truly believe that solving for space is solving for Earth. And if you look at the goals of somebody like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, Bezos in particular is like, look, we've got to figure out how to move manufacturing and the extractions of resources off planet. And when we think about the oceans in this conversation we're having, and we just do a poll here, if you had a choice between deep sea mining the oceans and taking all of the resources off of the oceans and taking that material and smelting it and processing it and doing all that here on Earth versus going to the asteroid and pulling resources off of that and smelting and creating products and stuff there, which one would we choose and why? Because the thing about it is that our consumption is the number one thing that is pushing all of these things. And so when we're using more resources than the Earth is providing, we're already, humanity as a whole, is outstripping what the Earth can do. And we're looking for new ways to access that. And unfortunately, it's to the detriment of ourselves and the species and our planet.
There's another one. There's another question.
Hey, hello. Well, actually, you took away a little bit of my question already with this last part. Of course, sorry. Well, thank you very much for both of your talks. I work in the space domain, so hi.
Hi.
I wonder, so ISRU or deep space mining, on-orbit manufacturing, all of these things are currently happening on the ground here on Earth, but in a very politicized manner. Like currently, all of Scandinavia, all of Europe, Russia, China, US, everyone is seeing, hey, there's the Arctic, we can do mining there. All of this is becoming incredibly politicized in a not very good way.
Absolutely.
Where, it's all competitive, not cooperative at all. Now, people are currently trying to sell you patches of land on the moon, on Mars, and things like that. Obviously, it's a scam because, thankfully, there's treaties that prevent that. So, eventually, we should get to a point where, we do actual on-orbit manufacturing and space mining, or deep-sea mining, that actually benefits society and us as a species. I'm curious about actually both of your take on that, on how we can make that become not a topic of having a next world war or something like that, but rather benefiting from that all of us.
I guess we can both answer this. For me, obviously it's a very complex problem and situation, but again, we've learned so much about the ramifications of our actions and thinking about what it means to be in the mining industry today and to strip away materials and pollute the location and then being able to walk away from that. And so how do we create laws and policy where when we are actually going and doing the extraction for humanity and the things that we need to operate, how do we do that in a way where it isn't necessarily this is profit grab to become as rich as possible, which is a lot of the ideas behind, I think, what Elon and Jeff Bezos is doing, versus being it for the betterment of humanity and the distribution of resources and wealth, and in a way that is not only just, like I said, Jedi space that we're creating, because Jedi space isn't about space. When I talk about Jedi space, yeah, it's about outer space, but it's really about this space. How do we create a just, equitable, diverse, and inclusive space for ourselves, for our families, for our communities, for our schools, for the way our businesses operate? And I think that the only way that we can push these companies and this idea is through active engagement and dialogue and having a seat at the table. And so how do we get a seat at the table? That's the next question. Through policy and action, and I think also engaging youth, because they are the future of policy, and thinking about stewardship. But I think that there is a way that we can do it where we can benefit, but we've got to be open to the dialogue, and we've got to get away from this idea of economic growth and prosperity in a sense of individual wealth. And how do we shift to a more, instead of competitive nature, a collective, cooperative use of our planet?
Pradeep, do you have a response to that? Because you were also asked the question.
I couldn't really catch the question, but I think getting the drift from Sean's response, I completely agree about the need to move away from mining in competition towards something that is more in collaboration and cooperation with each other, sort of ensure that the benefits and the burdens are collectively shared, and not just a few benefit and everyone else suffers the burdens. In the case of deep seabed mining and the International Seabed Authority, actually in the 1970s, developing countries actually proposed a very, I think, something that we should receive, but an idea that was very, I think, forward thinking back then. They wanted to create a global mining entity as opposed to giving individual contracts. And I think, Sean, you would like it because they decided to call it the enterprise. Also, I guess, because I think the idea came in 1971, but they proposed this idea of having the enterprise that would carry out mining activities in the deep seabed as a collective endeavor of all humankind coming together. But that proposition was not accepted, especially by developed countries. And they wanted to say, come up with a situation where, contracts can be divided out to individual private contractors or to states, especially those that had the technology to do it, as opposed to developing countries that say, of course, admittedly say that we don't have the technology, we don't have the financial capacity. Why don't we all pull together and come up with this joint collective effort?
And one of the things about that is this, how do we push, probably mainly nation states that have the technology and resources in these private companies where, no, you can't have these contracts unless you're a for public good benefactory company, like where your part of your mission is public good and public resource distribution and things like that. But these are things that we don't push right now and that we definitely need to. And I think that that's one of the things when it comes to being engaged in the discussion. How do we get more people to become engaged and to actively use their power and influence for the public good? And I can't stress enough that you talk about billionaires. There's a lot of them out there. How do we influence people like Jared to make decisions where instead of being, going to space for his own benefit, he said, no, I'm going to space, but I'm going to do it for the benefit of a cause, and that's going to be childhood cancer. And so if we had more people with power and access thoughtfully engaging in the world in that way, think of how that would look. And I think that those are conversations that we have. Those are the pressures that we put on people like Elon and like Jeff Bezos and like, all of the other people who have been able to have the benefit of things working out in their favor. And recognizing the responsibilities. With great opportunity comes great responsibility.
I have one question which, having listened to this, seemed to summarize or maybe reflect on what you're talking about. So it's about language, so maybe it is more for the poet, but it's also for the people who write research papers and work with people and communicate. And it's, I think, maybe moving up from this conversation and also down into this conversation and about how framing of how we engage with people will change that discussion. And, you know, the framing of this whole festival and therefore the conference around ownership and how this encourages a discussion which is about power over and rights versus power with and responsibility. So what shifts in language and questions would all three of you like to make so that we start conversations well rather than ending them and going, oh, this is where the power is with the conversation, with this next step that we take. So,
well, you know, for me, I use my motto, space to inspire, in that Jedi space. One of the things is when you're having a conversation with somebody who has power and position and those things like that, you know, it's not being afraid to engage with them and say, well, you know, how are you using your space, the space you inhabit, to do good in the world and to make a Jedi space? You know, and calling people out to some extent, but in a way that's conversational, where you're just like, hey, you know, I would really love to understand better your position on Jedi space and space to inspire and the things that you're doing, and why you think that and I think the part about it is why you think that your actions are leading to a better humanity, and really engaging in that conversation. But you're right, language matters, and how we structure the conversation and the way we think about novel ways of approaching power and wealth and access and distribution and Jedi space in all aspects of the planet is important.
That's actually, I just wanted to make a little comment, and I was really inspired by what you said, and I've been also thinking about language, and specifically in the context of the deep sea and how we can relate or connect to the deep sea. And I've been really also thinking about listening, the practice of listening from indigenous leaders and how they share with us their worldviews of how they're connecting with the deep sea, but also the oceans, and also how to care for it as well. So this is extremely valuable in the way in which we can start to then think differently about something that we don't have a connection with to begin with. So that has been my personal journey and process of really thinking about language, as you said, but also listening to people who have been telling us for many centuries about protecting our planet.
I see we have 3 questions left, and we have 1 minute 50, so we won't make it. I'm sorry to say that. Maybe we can take the last question if it is a short one in the first row, because she was the first one. No, you were not the first one, but okay, you have the microphone. But make it short, please, and just one question. Sorry. Thank you.
I'm a little bit astonished. I'm an ordinary person from Austria, and I don't like societies where you have to pay 10 times more for health services than in Austria, and where you have people who make billions of money with millions of workers who are not good paid in the whole world, and you say, yes, we are so nice people, we make a donation like this, and we are so good people, and we can do what we want because we are egoistic people, and we want to show the world how good we are. In reality, these people are not so good, and they take billions of dollars or euros from the ordinary people to become so rich. This should not be our future, that some rich people can do what they want. Thank you.
My microphone back, please. I understand it was not a question, but a statement from your side. Thank you. We have only 30 seconds left. Vinaka, you are the host of this. I'll let you finish. Sorry.
I just want to thank you, first of all, for inviting all of us to be here and to really think about this question about ownership in general, but also Sean and Pradeep, who have carried us across the space and ocean. And thank you so much for all of you and your presence, and hope you could learn something from us today.
And I just want to say thank you also for hearing me. And I hope you all go use your beautiful, unique space, the space you inhabit, to inspire yourself and those around you, and to make that a Jedi space for yourself, your family, your friends, your community, and whatever endeavor you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, wonderful. Thanks to all of you, and for the time you took. Thanks for all the statements and the points of view we had. This is what, I like this very much, framing the conversation. This is a space also here to say what we have to say. So thanks to all of you who have been participating to the discussion. So we're going to move on to the money part of it. For those of you who are interested in the money, stay tuned, because we're going to have two things about the money and how we're going to finance this common future. We're going to have two great speakers in a minute. But before that, by the way, I love this. Who has an Amazon account here? Raise your hand. Linda, please, be honest. Show me. Good. I don't. I boycott Amazon. Ask my team, it's true. Hold on, who has a Tesla? No? We didn't have the time to do. Oh, okay, good. Good. I'm talking about trash in space. When you leave, please take your trash with you. I had to clean the rotten apples under my seat before. Thank you. Okay, good. So we have a little change in our setup for our next speaker, and we have a next Mentimeter question. For those staying, take on again the QR code, and we want to make sure we are now not half time, but a third of the time we spent together today. So the question is, are you absolutely sure you own anything? So if you have a house, if you have a flat, if you have a car, the pet we already had, forget about the pet for now. Things, your phone, your iPad, your furniture made out of wood, whatever that is, are you sure you own anything? 2 responses? Are you kidding me? Come on. Otherwise, you can make it also like, you can make it by hand. You want to say something about this? Oh, oh yeah, I see that you are in front of the pult, so you cannot see it. Yeah, there is a QR code here. Yes, can we have the QR code, the big one, another time, please? That would be nice, thank you. For those who didn't have the time to get it, that's that one. Thank you. And in the meanwhile, are my next speakers there already? Yeah, oh, good. Sorry, I didn't see you. I was concentrating on the audience. Okay, so can we, okay. My body, no, collectively owned with my microbiome. That's a very good answer. Yes, but only under a capitalistic framework, okay. Yes, I own some things. Who answered that one? Oh, Anna. What do you own? It's not planned, I swear. It's.
I don't know. I feel like.
I don't see the microphone going on. You have to put the. Yeah. So you own some things, yes? Which ones?
I think I own my house. I feel like I own it.
Mm-hmm.
It's been built by someone else, but I live there and I live a life there, and I feel like I own it.
But you use it.
But I also feel like I own it. I take care of it, and...
You occupy it.
No, I own it. It's mine.
You have a relationship with it. That's very interesting. Okay, who wants to take part in this conversation?
I truly do feel I have things that I own.
You paid for it, right?
Oh yeah, that too. Ace is my boss.
Okay, sorry. Okay, this is going back a little bit further, but yeah, okay, no, but that's an interesting conversation. Who owns their house? Well, that's not a lot of people. Okay, who occupies or uses a house? I actually do. I occupy a house, I use a house, and I care for a house, and I'm paying for it. But that's another question. Okay, good. Good. Any other thing? Yes, we have a yes. Who did that yes? The yes with no explanation? You're too shy, right? Okay, I'm not going to push it too much. I think I'm going to use the minutes left to introduce our next speaker. And it is a great pleasure. I mean, it is quite a title, right? How to fund, hedge, and manage our global commons. And we have a great combination of competencies here coming up, because he's an author, he's a psychiatrist, he's an economist, and he's a sociologist. So, wow. And that's Professor Dr. double please, Stefan Brunhuber. He's exploring the mechanics of societal ownership of natural resources. And his presentation will demonstrate the role of global commons and new financial engineering to fund, hedge, and manage them. So, Professor Dr. Stefan Brunhuber.
Titles, no titles.
No
Stop with the
titles? No, Stefan, come on stage. Thank you.
First, you're going to go back. Note, after these exciting lectures you heard about diving into the sea and going up to the space, now you end up with the most boring topic of the entire conference, right? So I warn you, and I'm not taking it personally if you leave the room, okay? However, it's probably at the same time the most important topic, because if you're not able to come up with the mechanism that enables us to fund, hedge, and finance this whole stuff, it just remains a nice gathering, like talking about deep sea or high sky, etc. The World Academy of Arts and Science met 5-7 years ago along the UN SDG proposals in 2015 September, where we signed in for the UN SDGs. And they tried to come up with the answer, how can we fund and finance our future, right? And I'm going to go through this argument with 6 or 7 aspects. Just some preliminaries. You know, if you talk about money and finance, you basically talk about figures and data. Our world GDP is about 100 trillion US dollars. 79% of that 100 trillions are still fossil. 85% of our global wealth is privatized. 15% is not. We create about 30 trillion of US dollars ecological externalities, and all our assets under management are in about the same range. The cost of the corona pandemics globally was about 15 trillion. And every 10 minutes, we're losing one species on this planet. So after my talk, I'm going to speak 3 hours now, okay, just relax. There will be several species irreversibly eradicated. And due to the pandemics, we created a UNHDI, Human Development Index, backlash of 10 years. Okay? Because of the shutdown, lockdown, haircut, whatever you call it. We are basically, from a Human Development Index, 10 years backlash. And the amount of money required to fund UN SDGs is roughly about 5 trillion annually of additional liquidity. And this equals roughly about the same amount of money we're spending on military. Okay? You're still here? It's okay? Okay. Okay, let's start it. You know this picture? You know, it's been all over the places. The point, if you dig into the details of these 17 UN SDGs, you will end up from a pure financial perspective, not from a psychological perspective and not from a technological perspective. You end up that about 1/3 of these goals can be achieved by private initiatives. But about 2/3 of these goals and their sub-goals and their targets are commons, are global commons. Remember, I told you 85% is privatized already? If you continue funding and financing our UN SDGs by private money, we end up privatizing the rest of the world. Actually, Does this work here? No, it doesn't. So, no. Sorry. Do you see this? This is the billions. You know, I'm a scientist, so you have to confront you with data. This is a timeline, and this is the CO2 in the atmosphere. And why I show you this data is simply, if you look very close to the data of the last 50 years, you can see the exponential growth, but you can see something else. You can see whatever we did over the last 75 years, there's no change in the CO2. Nothing. You can crunch the data. Whatever we did not shift over from fossil to green. It didn't work. And if we don't come up with a very good answer to the question how we fund and finance our future, we're going to end up in such a world with a lot of poor people, with some very rich people, and no global commons, and no local commons. This is the world ahead if we cannot answer the question how to fund, hedge, and finance our commons, right? This was just an introductory. Okay, here we are. We are now in a new era, an era of the Anthropocene, as you know. And Anthropocene stays for the term that we as human species are in the driver's seat. We determine where it's going to go. No other species. And there's 4 parameters, physical parameters, that determine already this area of the Anthropocene. The CO2 load I showed you already in the previous slide, the nitrate, the plutonium, and the plastic. You can measure that. And if you look at all these crises ahead, you know, pandemics, climate crisis, species losses, heat waves, whatever, it's like, take the term of water. Water can be available in a fluid form, in a liquid form, in a solid form, and in the vaporous form. And what we're in, we are here from a societal perspective. We're changing our societal form of aggregation from one way of living into another one. All the problems ahead and all the problems we're experiencing every day are not cyclical problems. They're not coming and going. They're going to stay until we solve them. And one of the major aspects to solve them is to come up with a very good idea how to fund the commons. And one of the major reasons why we didn't achieve doing this has to do with the structure and the architecture of the monetary system. You know, I'm a member of Club of Rome, I'm a member of the World Academy of Arts and Science and other of these think tanks. And we're learning that during the last 75 years, we've been discussing everything. Technology, veggie burgers, riding a bike, meditating, being friends with Earth, whatever. Governance. Super important stuff. But we missed out challenging the structure of the monetary system in order to come up with a good plan how to finance that. Right? So these are all these solutions out there you find in press. You can actually, you don't have to make videos. You can have the slides if you contact me. It's good. So we missed out coming up with the plan on the monetary system itself. And if you studied economics or finance and take up any kind of textbook in finance, this is what they show you. They show you that we have to come up with the smallest denominator between ecology, social work, and real economy. Okay, this is the frame in our brain. But it's the wrong frame. The frame is that at the core of any ecological change, at the core of all the social world, at the core of all economic activities, we have the structure, the architecture of the money system that determines whether we're going to fund it or not, hedge it or not, do it or not. I have another 17 minutes. That's fantastic. We're talking about the figures, okay? When you talk about finance, and if you attend a session on finance, you cannot but also crunch figures, right? I told you the figure of 100 trillion world GDP. To fund our common future, the figures are out there. We roughly need about 5 trillion. 5,000 billion every year on additional liquidity to fund our common future. I would like to repeat that sentence so we don't misunderstand each other, all right? Talking about 5 trillion additional conditioned liquidity to fund our common future. That's what's required, plus minus, right? It's a lot of money. But it's not the end of the world. Look, the financial assets are 240 trillion. The remittance payments are 550 billion, right? The financial crisis 2008 cost us 8 billion. If you dig with your working group into the question, how can we make that change, right? That change from a fossil into a green world, you have to dig the data and the balance sheets of hundreds and thousands of corporates. And parts of our working group did that. And if you look into the balance sheets of all these firms all over the world, the top 500, the top 5,000, whatever, you always come up with an 80-20 rule. And the point is, about 20% of the change can happen within the firm by increasing efficiency, by increasing effectiveness, by rearranging value change, et cetera, et cetera. The other 80% are not happening within the firm because the firm would basically go bankrupt if they would. It requires a systems change. It requires a change in the monetary incentives to allow and enable funding our common goods. Don't blame a corporate only. They can do the 20%. Yes, they do the 20%, that's fine. But just the 20%. We need the 100% done. And the 100% are not happening within the firm alone. We have all the data there. So, how we're doing this traditionally over the last 7,500 years. How are we funding our commons? How we do this, right? This is the way we do it. Look, at the top, there's a central bank. This yellow-orange arrow basically resembles our global value chain, right? You create whatever there is. You create tanks and burgers and houses and gardening, whatever. And the entire value chain has to run through species losses, pandemics, land degradation, carbon bubble, and then we take a lot of money, roughly about 10-15%, in order to control the damage. And on the other side, you have the shadow economy that pulls the entire economy in the wrong direction. And at the end of the value chain, you know what we're doing? We're taxing each other. Corporate tax, individual tax, wealth tax, heritage tax, international tax, Tobin tax, 100,000 tax. I know the debate, believe me or not. I really know the debate. And what you end up with a small amount of money, which is about 1/10 of the amount of money required to fund UN SDGs. So we're constantly behind the curve. Constantly behind the curve since 75 years. It's never going to work. I'm not arguing against taxation schemas. I'm just saying it's part of the solution, it's not the solution. Do you get the point? Are you still here on finance? Is it still okay? Can you show me timeout if it doesn't work? You do this. Okay. You were in charge of that, okay. Do you get the point? Taxation is end of pipe. We create a lot of damage, and at the end we see, actually we needed a kindergarten. So how are we gonna finance that? Actually we need a public garden or a hospital. Okay, do you see the point? This system dynamic is not working. And it creates a lot of path dependencies. Look, this entire value chain is almost 80% still depending on fossil. Anytime you build a windmill at the end of it, all the wages and incomes and profits are going to refeed into the whole system again. And it's growing 3%. So just take it clearly. Just look at it. You know, it's super boring. I know it's super boring. It's not your topic. It's all fine. But just take it seriously. A thing is growing 3%. 80% of it is fossil. And you actually want to go on this green era into a green future. That's what you want to go. That's where we all want to go. But this is growing 3%. And you've been the windmill at the end, which creates incomes and wages and profits to increase the given system. Okay? Okay? You're still here? Okay, super. If we continue doing this end of pipe thing, you can model that. And what you end up, roughly, you need about 3 generations to level out the income we have now in OECD countries for the rest of the world. So if your friend, or if your daughter has a Skype friend in Afghanistan or in Congo, you can tell her, well, it's not gonna be you, it's not gonna be your kids, but if everything's gonna be fine, it's gonna be probably your grandkids that might have a chance to have the same living standard that we have right now. Good luck. So the green era is where we want to go, sure? And we want to talk about global commons and public goods. Why we can't get that together? Why? Why doesn't it work? We have the wrong frame in the brain. It's not a matter of intelligence. It's not a matter of technology. It's not. It's a matter of the narrative of the money we have in our brain that enables or prevents us from funding our commons. You know, we talk about the sky, the atmosphere, the fresh air, the portable water, the great oceans, the mountain, whatever you talk about is an endless list of commons. A common is not a thing. It is a convention. We as humans decide what is going to be private and what is going to be a common. We have empirical data that shows that communities with a high ratio of commons ensure higher political stability. They're better in pooling private risks and increase overall allocation programs. And just think about it. Commons are always the same. Fresh water is always the same. And a kindergarten is always a kindergarten. And a garden, a public garden is always a public garden is always a public garden. What has to change is the monetary incentives allowing the public garden and allowing the kindergarten. The economics of commons should be different than the economics of privates. This is what I showed you already. The real tragedy of the commons, I would like to discuss with you, and I have 3 hours of time slot, so it's going to be fantastic. The real tragedy of the commons is not their overuse, as been said over the last 50 years, the neglect, the free rider or the spillovers. The real tragedy of the commons is the underlying financial incentive that enables or discourages them. Just imagine if we had another financial structure and architecture in place, suddenly our commons would be fundable, wouldn't they? Is this happening already? At least in politics and academia, in sandbox approaches. You know, we talked about 2/3 of the commons, 2/3 are commons. We talk about commons have, by the way, for those who are doing economics, an stunning return on investment. 1 to 10, 1 to 100. None of your investments in your private business have such a return. We need the 5 trillions, and the fiscal budget of taxing someone in order to fund that is basically exhausted. So how can we unleash this sleeping giant of the commons? The global, the local, and the national. And there's one more aspect I want to make sure before I show you how it's going to work and how it's going to happen, is a term you know from medicine. It's called secondary prevention. You know what secondary prevention means? We've set a damage. Okay? The damage is set. And now we have to deal with a damage, have to come up with a plan in order to keep the costs as low as possible. Climate crisis are a damage. Pandemics are a damage. Species loss are a damage. No kindergartens are a damage. Poverty are a damage. We've set the damage. And there is tremendous costs coming out of that. Look, I showed you this graph already, remember? And I told you that this is happening already. There is happening already something at the crypto world. There is happening something at the e-money. There's happening something at the so-called regio money, and there's happening something on the central bank level. There's happening something that is called a new monetary supply aggregate. A new, I told you it's going to be boring, you know? I told you it's going to be technical. But that's what it is. We need additional $5 trillion in order to enable our global commons. And these 5 trillion should not be only coming from end-of-pipe tax revenues. And one of the major players over the next months and years you're going to hear anyway, regardless to whether to listen to me or not, is central banks. Central banks of sovereign states, like ECB, like Fed, like Bank of England, are able to create money out of nothing, by definition of a central bank. And they did that the last years to save the banking system. They've been doing this constantly for so-called currency swaps. They're doing this constantly to balance out the financial sector. And they could do this within several months to fund our commons. If they would, with an ECB or Fed regulation, if they would link this additional liquidity generated by regulators with a new technology, with DLT, distributed ledger technology, blockchain technology, with a smart contract that enables the users to use it for UN SDGs only, for global commons only. And the ECB is going in that direction already by introducing an electronic e-wallet, by electronic central bank money for each of us. Next year, September, you will remember this talk. You remember Christine Lagarde telling each other that there will be central bank accounts and wallets happening. It's going exactly in that direction. And suddenly we can create unlimited forms of credit default swaps, asset-backed securities and derivatives. We can create something called a green QE. We create green quantitative easing for state guarantees and risk hedging management. We create hundreds and hundreds of different financial instruments that hedge all the risk associated to commons and fund them directly or indirectly. For this slide, I need 2 hours to show you all the different financial engineerings possible that comes out of this new framing the financial system, the monetary system, towards a common good. We can upfront load the WHO for the next pandemics with 30 billion within a week to enable them preventively to master the next pandemic. EU regulation would allow to do that. And then we're ending up in a more holistic approach. It's not necessarily a win-win approach, but it's a non-regret approach, right? Meaning allowing central bank digital money to be part of the overall value chain will be more holistic, more integral, more inclusive, and it will be a non-regret approach. And then we're going to end up in a world where not finance is driving sustainability, but sustainability is driving finance. Where a new monetary supply aggregate, for example, CBDC, there's others, are going to provide the liquidity necessary to fund the upfront costs ahead. It's going to be parallel, it's going to be digital, and it's going to go direct. The whole story about money and finance, future, is at the end of the day a question of a new mindset and a new narrative. You know Kim Stanley Robinson? He wrote a world bestseller. This is my last slide and then you can move on. He wrote a world bestseller called The Ministry for the Future. This is a science fiction thing, right? I don't have time for that. My wife called me up and said, boy, you should read that book because they explain in that book our mechanism we are explaining with our scientific group. I called up Kim Stanley and said, Stanley, it's really nice that you wrote a science fiction book about the future in finance, but we came up at the same year when the Ministry for Finance, a Ministry for the Future, was published with our own stuff, providing the scientific evidence for this nonfiction stuff. This was really good. Thank you very much. 35 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I learned a lot.
Are you lost? Are you lost?
No, I learned a lot, I said.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
so thank you very much for your talk, Stefan.
Yeah.
And we're going to welcome in a second the next speaker, and it is again about financing on a different perspective this time. And it's somebody who became an economist by accident. I don't know how that happens. That's very interesting. He's a professor of socioeconomics at the University of Duisburg-Essen and the head of the Institute for Comprehensive Analysis of the Economy. He has been also awarded several times, and his research is focusing on the pluralism in economics and socio-ecological transformation. So I'm very happy to call on stage Jakob Kappeler. Oh, you're already there, sorry. Jakob Kappeler. I was like fascinated, like, right, okay, I remember as we were inviting, you were like, I have to ask him, how do you become an economic by accident? But that would be too long. I let you do your talk, and if we have time at the end, if we don't go over the talk, then we will invite
get
others.
into that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jakob. The stage is yours.
Thanks. Yeah, many thanks for inviting me, for having me here. I'm a professor for economics, as has been said, and I will talk a little bit about recent research of mine that is related to the question whether a European wealth tax could help us close the green investment gap. In our research, we first dealt with the green investment gap, and the idea is actually quite simple. We calculated how much money is needed to get Europe carbon neutral in time, and then we assessed what is planned investment, what is already invested, what can be extrapolated from past trends, what policy has announced, and then we found there is a gap. There is a gap of about 250 million to 600 billion euros annually. That's the green investment gaps. That's the missing funds for getting Europe carbon neutral in time. And then, very pragmatic, we moved to the next step and looked at wealth inequality in Europe. And what we found is that the concentration of wealth in Europe is greater than expected. The top 1% holds 32% of all wealth, while the bottom 50% of the population only holds about 4%. And what we find is that in terms of wealth, Europe is at least as unequal as the US, which runs contrary to the conventional wisdom that Europe is so much more equal, that holds for income, it does not hold for wealth. But we have to admit that in general it is the case that wealth distributions are, statistically speaking, highly skewed. In practice, this means that extremely high values appear with very small probability. You can say there are few giants and many, many dwarfs. That's a way to translate the mathematics into a picture. And as a consequence, we find that wealth is more unequally distributed than most variable across all the sciences, and we can also trace this visually. Here you see at the right upper corner the birth weight of 35 newborn babies. And if we plot this from max to min, from the maximum to the minimum value, we get this straight line, and basically this straight line, this mimics what we know from school, the normal distribution, the famous bell curve. However, when we look at wealth distributions, we find what I said before. We will find few giants, some very high values will appear very rarely, and many, many dwarfs. The typical value is tiny compared to the maximum, and this is why we get this specific shape that looks a little bit like an L that has been thrown down. And if you think this graph is somewhat impressive, you have to remember that the richest person in Austria is not even on the chart. The maximum of the chart is with 20 million. The true maximum is 20 billion. You have to multiply by 1,000, and this is this giant dwarf relationship that is implicit here. So just to recap, what we see here are few giants, many, many dwarfs. Okay? Wealth inequality has in the past perceived or conceived as a moral issue. Is it fair to have this wealth concentration? As an issue of social stability, can we ensure peace against such a backdrop? As an economic issue, is inequality helpful or detrimental for development? But today things have changed because wealth, income, and also emissions are so tightly correlated on the household level that inequality in terms of emissions mimics inequalities in terms of wealth and income, and extreme wealth as a consequence then also implies extremely high emissions, and that of course is somewhat dramatic against the backdrop of a finite carbon budget. So what you see here is that 1% of the population in red produces about 15% of total carbon emissions, whereas 50% of the population at the bottom produce about 10% of carbon emissions. So we see the same pattern. Few giants, many dwarfs. This is the same, exactly the same if we look at changes. We have now looked at levels, what is the state, but we can also look at the question how things change over time. And if we look at the development of the past 30 decades, we find that the developing countries have caught up and thereby slightly increased the emissions that they produce. We find that within Europe, the middle classes have indeed produced some degrowth in terms of emissions. And then for the top 1% on the right hand of the graph, we see there's a massive increase of emissions. So again, we have the same pattern. We see giants that are not only big, but they also grow really fast, whereas we see many dwarfs that do not grow. If we look back, we find a series of reasons that have been given why we should tax wealth. We have arguments that relate to fairness, to the ability to pay principle, to the idea of increasing the progressivity of our taxation systems, and we have ideas that are about collective action and increasing the scope for such collective action by improving our fiscal capacities. But with the climate crisis, a new argument is on the scene. We have to create the capacities to confront future challenges like climate change, and by taxing wealth, we can also exploit the double dividend. Less inequality seems essential for reducing carbon emissions effectively. Again, I have a chart that illustrates that. You can see it here very nicely for the case of France. If we ask us, if we distribute the remaining carbon budget equally across the population, who has to save in terms of the emissions, and we find it's basically the top 10% that have to save a huge fraction, whereas the bottom 50 is already in line with targets. And this motivated us to ask the question, can we have a wealth tax that addresses this wealth inequality I explained, but also gives us the capacity to confront global heating? And one advantage in this context of the high concentration of wealth is that the rich are not many. If we do a tax and exempt 1 million euro, then only 3% of the population in Europe will be affected. If we do the tax exemption at 2 million euro, only the top 1% of European households will be taxed. So what we did is we did an ambitious statistical study where we basically first had a unified approach to have realistic estimates of the wealth distribution across European countries, and then we defined 4 models of taxation, a linear model, 2 progressive models, and a wealth cap model that is inspired by Thomas Piketty and effectively would lead to implementing a maximum level of wealth. You can find the technical details of these models in the table. I will not bore you with that, but instead show you our preferred point estimates for the expected revenue, and you see that with models 1 to 3, for example, we would be able to get taxes between 200 and 360 billion euros. And if we compare that finally to the green investment gap from the beginning, we see that even taking some uncertainties into account, a wealth tax could indeed close this investment gap, or at least close significant parts of this investment gap, and would help us to get Europe carbon neutral by 2030 and also by 2050. So many thanks for your attention. There is hope, I think. We just have to do the right things.
Thank you. I was making notes. I did a lot of notes on the finance. I'm not the finance expert, but I learned a lot in these 2 last talks. Thank you so much, Jakob. No, really. And I'm going to come back to you and ask you, how did you become an economist by accident? But for now, I still have a last question to the audience before we go to the lunch break. Can we maybe have the Mentimeter, the tech team? Thank you very much. You are really on top of things, really. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Andrea to organize also all the logistics behind that. Fantastic. So please, audience, last questions. You're going to love that one. Where did you make the picture, Anna? Where did you? Okay, we're not going to reveal where you bought the thing. But anyway, so can we have the question, please? So the question is, this is national park water. Do we have the? Oh, here it is. Sorry. This is national park water. If you buy a bottle of water for 139 euros, do you truly own it? I want to know what you think about that one, talking about the planet. And by the way, the notes about this picture is like, we could not really read what it was first, like untouched. But we read something like Unitu Shield, whatever. And then also, like great national park. And I was in Canada, in Mutek the last month. I was in Canada a month before for the chromatic digital arts exhibition. And we thought it was Canadian water, to be honest. It's German water, by the way. So do you own it? Give me the answers, maybe. Do we have the answers already? Who owns my pee afterwards? That's the best. That's really a good one. Who owns my pee afterwards? They get water and nutrients too. That's a good deal. That's the new Green Deal, probably, right? That's really good. So, no, you consume it. Okay, you don't own it, you consume it. Okay, that's good. That's it? No, I was not so motivated about that question. We thought it would be a really nice question. Anyway, good. I think, I'll leave you a couple of seconds more. No, I drink, it passes. Okay, you consume it. Okay. Anything else? Otherwise, I'm going to close the morning sessions, send you to the lunch break, and we're going to be back with more questions and more talks about more. This time I was telling you in the program introduction this morning, it will be more about the narrative. So for you being in digital arts and being the artists and being the people also supporting the artists and being in the ecosystem of digital arts and new media art, I think you're going to enjoy this. We're going to have the STARTS winner again, but from a different perspective, I was saying. We're going to have also a great panel about bridging art, tech, and the environment, which is something which is extremely hot today, and no pun intending, really. And we're going to talk about the ownership of narrative. This is going to be really great. And we will finish with a yawning circle, country-centered design, to embed Indigenous Protocol into AI, which will be really interesting because it will be our bridge for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be everything about technology and our ownership to technology. Okay? So I hope you enjoyed your morning. Come back this afternoon. I will be glad to see you again. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appétit, as we say in French, in case you didn't notice I was French. And see you later. Okay, so maybe to start with, do we have the Mentimeter so that we have time to have everybody sitting? Can we have the QR code of the next question, please? Very quickly, please. Or yeah, very quick question to have you all back focused on this space, concentrated and thinking a little bit about what do you consider as environmental commons. So please make a short picture, just please, let's make it fast. I just want you to refocus after the lunch break. Make it fast, take a picture of the QR code, everyone, and answer fast and quickly. And we will start immediately afterwards. But I really want to hear, what do you consider as environmental commons? So yeah, so I love to see this in live. So we had forests, oceans, animals, minerals, space, technology and clean air. This is very interesting for tomorrow, because tomorrow the theme of the conference, the second day, is about technology and our relationship in terms of ownership of the technology or not. This is great. Clean air. Okay, everybody has answered? Yes? Okay, so let's get back to ownership, and we're going to go back to nature today. We have a couple of case studies at the intersection of science, technology, and arts. This is what it means with STARTS. And who was there yesterday at the awards? So you probably saw them, yes? We have Daisy Ginsburg and Richard Mosse, who won the Grand Prize for Artistic Exploration yesterday, and for Innovative Collaboration, respectively. So Innovative Collaboration is Richard, and Artistic Exploration is Daisy, right? So Daisy is examining our fraught relationship with nature and technology, and she investigates the human impulse to better the world. So this is going to be interesting to have her present her work, and that's why I'm calling on stage Daisy, please. The stage is yours. I'm very curious to hear more after yesterday. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to delve into the world of insects now and art for other species. But I want to start with this question. I heard someone yesterday say that they want to make the world a better place, and that's something working in technology that I encounter a lot. But the question here is really, what is better? And that's something I spent a long time researching, having spent about 10 or 12 years hanging out in the anthropological sense in synthetic biology, watching a new field come to life. And these were the questions that really concerned me, as we're all talking about how we can make the world a better place, but we're not asking these really important questions around what is better, who's better, and crucially, who gets to decide. And when we talk about this idea of better, what is so important, especially when we're making technologies or talking about economics or social justice, is this problem of what we measure is what we value, and what we value is what we measure. And one of the dominant measurements, of course, is GDP, and the environment is not part of that calculation. I would argue that without functioning ecosystems, there is no better. There is, according to the human definition of better, nature continues, but the world that we live in and the environment that we require is not going to continue. A lot of my work to date has been about this idea of loss. I've made works about extinction and biological and biodiversity collapse. But with this project, Pollinator Pathmaker, I wanted to do something very different. I had a response to showing my own work in museums and gallery spaces, trying to evoke a sense of loss in the audience. But there was a problem for me, and that was this question of agency. What do I do with my own panic, my own inaction to do anything in the face of crisis? And also, how do I equip myself as an artist, and how can I use my practice in a different way to think about how we can do better? So let's delve into the world of insects. You may remember this. This is a windscreen. Perhaps 20 years ago, it used to be like this when we would drive and see insects splattered on our screens. And if you think about now, whether you see this, many places, or certainly in the UK, the windscreen is clear. And this is an example of shifting baseline syndrome. We don't realize things disappearing over years and decades because we're not tuned to that. But of course, the disappearance of up to 75% of flying insects by volume in Germany over the last 30 years, for example, is an example of shifting baseline. We don't notice what's disappearing until it's gone. So I was asked to create an artwork about the pollinator crisis, so these insects that we rely on to pollinate our ecosystems, crops, and for the plants, essentially, that can't have sex on their own. So grasses, for example, are wind-pollinated, wheat is self-pollinated, but many plants have co-evolved with insects. But we think of pollinators as honeybees, but we also rely on bumblebees, ants, moths, wasps, butterflies, and elsewhere in the world, birds and mammals to pollinate plants, to enable them to reproduce. But I thought it was mad to make an artwork about pollinators. I thought it would be much more interesting to use the resources available to make an artwork for them. So I proposed this to the Eden Project in Cornwall, who were the original commissioners of this work. And then the question for me was, well, what do I actually make? What is an artwork for insects? And as I started to delve into the research, I learnt that insects don't see the world as we see it. And it was really opening a door or a window onto another way of seeing the world. So for example, bees don't see the color red. They don't have a sensor for it, but they can see ultraviolet, polarized light, and can sense in different ways. What you see in this picture is a pelargonium flower on the left, how humans see it, as red, and a simulated version of how a bee might see it. And you notice these green markings in the center of the flower, which are the ultraviolet markings that guide the bee to the pollen and nectar. But as we zoom out, we have to ask, well, what does a landscape look like? Again, this is the work of Jolyon Troscianko at the University of Exeter, showing a simulation on the right of what the bee sees with a meadow of bluebells. But this isn't the whole picture, because, of course, bees can't see the same depth that we have evolved to see. They can just see a few centimeters, but they have a higher flicker threshold. So as they fly, they're actually seeing individual plants, whereas we see a blur. So all this starts to matter when you think about how we perceive the world. It's just one way of the world existing. But I'm talking a lot about bees, but they are not my favorite, but they are extraordinary. And this is another thing that they can do. They can memorize the locations of all the plants they visit in a day. So they may visit 10,000 flowers in a day, and they can solve this incredibly complex mathematical problem called the traveling salesman problem, and actually optimize the route of all the patches to fly in the most efficient way. So I got lost in research, but had to come back to this question of if pollinators design gardens, if they're seeing it in a different way, what would humans see? And this shift of perspective is something that's core to my practice. How do we look at biodiversity and the climate crises from the perspective of the more than human? So this was the beginning of Pollinator Pathmaker. And I think what's really crucial is that I'm talking about it as art. That's really important for me because it's about reframing what we see as art. So we think about art as something about taste, aesthetics, but what if we're making something for the tastes of other species? Can pollinators even appreciate art? Is this even something like, the bigger question is, why do we appreciate art? What is it that we've evolved to see in a painting or a landscape that somehow, makes us feel appreciation and the idea of beauty? But I want to bring it back to this question of technology, and the sort of core of this artwork is actually an algorithm. And I decided that I wanted to create an algorithm that could solve the problem of creating gardens or artworks for other species without my aesthetic preferences getting in the way. And this is actually at the heart, again, of the way of thinking about technology that I'm trying to experiment with, which is this idea of altruism, or algorithmic altruism. We make technologies for our own benefit, whether it's a house, a jug to carry water, or the internet. These technologies are about making our world better. Can we make technologies for other species? Is it even possible to do that? Is it even possible to do something that isn't purely for our own benefit? And I would argue, no. But I tried. So at the heart of this is this pollinator algorithm, and I wanted it to solve for empathy. And I worked with a string theory physicist, Przemek Wityczek, and he said, fine, Daisy, let's make an empathy algorithm if you want, but you need to tell me what you mean by empathy. What's the top level problem we're trying to solve? So I had to find a very rational way to define an emotion. And in the end, I decided, in this case, it would be about supporting the maximum number of pollinator species possible. It's about diversity. So to create this work, it starts with a database of plants. There are 190 plants now in this database, and I work with horticulturalists and pollinator scientists to establish which plants, to create this curated palette of plants that suit many pollinators or just a few pollinators, and try to make a list that works for every garden condition. So on the left here, we see an aster, a kind of daisy, which is accessible, you'll see on the list, to many kinds of pollinators. It's evolved to provide forage for many different insects. Whereas on the right is a kind of sage that is just loved by bumblebees. They have the kind of mouth part that can get into those flowers. And as one of our experts told me, you need different shaped flowers for different shaped mouth parts to make a successful garden. So this algorithm is working with this database to actually fill the planting schemes it creates. So you can make your own at pollinator.art. And I'll just run through what you'll find there. And this is the sort of public-facing part of the algorithm. I made this website where anyone could play with this tool. And this is what we do in the studio to make the bigger artworks as well. So you are selecting your garden conditions. You can choose the kind of, what kind of soil you have, your location. At the moment, we have a plant list that covers a lot of Europe, but not all of it. And the idea is that we want to move beyond Europe. And then you can play with the algorithm and you can play with the parameters. But whatever it does, it will always solve for maximum diversity, whether you choose to have more species of plants or fewer. And then it creates a planting scheme for you, your own living artwork. This is one example. Every time you press the button, you get something different, and that's telling us something about our own value system. Each time you play with it, you're making a preference whether you carry on playing, and you can't save what you did before. You're just constantly creating. So you can explore these gardens. I painted all of these plants. It's 450 of them through all the seasons. And again, it was really important for me to try and show the world from a different perspective. We think of a garden as a static space, but it's actually pulsing through the seasons as plants come into flower as their pollinators emerge. And another crucial part of the storytelling for me was to think about how can I communicate this other perspective. So there is a pollinator vision filter, which is an extreme simplification of how pollinators see the world. Because I described how bees can't see the color red, but butterflies can, or many of them can. So to try and explain what that looks like is impossible. But I want to take us into that world. And finally, once you've created a scheme you like, you can download planting instructions. These gardens, these living artworks don't exist until you fabricate them. So you guess an edition number, but with that is a set of instructions on how to plant. And it's an invitation to kind of get going. And this is really the ambition, the mad ambition behind this, is to create the world's largest climate-positive artwork. Now, I don't know what a climate-positive artwork, and that's part of the artwork, is trying to figure out how to measure this, because this isn't a way we're used to thinking about fabrication. In the art industry, we ship stuff around to museums around the world. We're using electricity to show video works, but what does it mean to actually try and make something positive? So the first large edition was planted at the Eden Project in Cornwall. And as I mentioned last night, I'm not a gardener, but I've been learning. And we planted about 7,000 plants across this very steep slope. And you can just start to see the patterning that's emerging. This was in its first summer. This was last year, so really sort of coming into bloom. And the idea is that these aren't for humans. These are mad gardens. This is not what you would plant in your garden together, because you've got this mashup of all these different kinds of plants, short things, tall things, everything coming into season at different times. It's not tasteful flower beds. I describe it more like Granny's flower beds on acid is what I'm aiming for. The problem is they look a bit nice, and again, we're sort of tuned to see flowers as something beautiful. And it's something I argue with my dad about, because he likes formal gardens, and I accuse him of control and torturing plants. But here I'm also working on control. And instead, we're being controlled by the algorithm, being told what to do and where to plant it. The second edition was planted for the Serpentine Galleries in London, in Kensington Gardens. And so if you want to visit, it's just by Lancaster Gate. And it's a very different atmosphere to this big, bold garden that we planted at Eden. It's more like a soft, meandering meadow. And this was it just a couple of weeks ago. It crosses about 250 meters of the park. And going back to Granny's flower beds on acid, this is what you actually see in the S+T+ARTS exhibition, is part of the visualization of this garden. And again, it's a really different way of thinking about planting. We're in this utopian space, this other world, experiencing this place from another perspective. But the reality to us is this, it's pretty. And again, we are controlling nature, we're putting it in a box and doing with it what we want, which is all a problem with this artwork. And the most recent edition was planted in front of the Museum für Naturkunde in Berlin with the LAS Art Foundation. And this was it about 2 months after planting. It opened in June, and it's starting to erupt into flower. And this is filled with some really crazy plants like artichokes and Angelica archangelica. They grow about 2 to 2.5 meters tall. This is not a normal garden in front of a museum. It's a really informal garden rather than a formal one. And what's brilliant working with the museum is we're starting to study the insects and visitors, the non-human visitors enjoying the artwork through the iNaturalist app, for example. And I'll finish up with just talking about the DIY campaign. So you saw the website, Make Your Own, and it's starting to happen. Again, this project was meant to be a sculpture and has become something much bigger. And so this is something I'm really trying to push, but it requires working with commissioners to drive each constellation around each of the big editions that are planted. So this is in Cornwall, Roach School. This is the amazing work of all the different Berlin schools and groups that we've been working with and which LAS has been engaging. So street gardens, gardens at schools. This is another school garden, and this is my one that I planted in October. And I chose October 21, and unfortunately I chose a lot of Angelica in the scheme, so it's grown to 2.5 meters tall. Again, I'm not a gardener, so I should have known better. And these are some of the things that I captured over the summer, trying to work out what they are. And that's really the ethos here, is actually looking at those interactions as the artwork. This is sublime in its own way. How do we look at insects enjoying art as the art? And that's the heart of the project, empathy and care, and thinking about the creation of art as something different. We need to transform ourselves into consumers, into caretakers. And through Pollinator Pathmaker, I'm encouraging people, inviting people to become stewards of the natural world through having fun. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Great. I mean, you've been exhibiting all over the place. I miss your exhibition in MoMA. I miss your exhibition in Centre Pompidou, but I won't miss that in Berlin. No, don't go away. Stay here, because after that you are in the discussion. Yeah, well, okay, you can come back if you like. Anyway, whatever. Richard, it will be now your turn. And also, Richard has been heavily awarded, and the Prix Pictet and the Photography Prize of the Deutsche Börse and the Guggenheim Fellowship in 2011 already. I mean, like a lot of exhibitions, Barbican, Académie der Künste, Venice Biennale. Yeah, I'm making it up so that you get ready to... Okay, that's great. Anyway, I leave you the stage. I think we check that it is working well, and we are all ears to listen more about the broken spec.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming. Okay, I don't have a whole lot of time, and I've put together quite a lot of slides, so I hope I get through them all. So I chose in 2018 to start photographing the Amazon rainforest and the subject and the narratives surrounding deforestation, the fronts of deforestation. And the first thing I suppose I found was the challenge of representing climate change, global heating, and the hyper-object of the Amazon rainforest itself, which spans 9 countries, so vast, and its destruction, which is, so huge and abstract, it's beyond human perception. It's so concealed that it's hidden in the forest, and yet it's so normalized that it's everywhere. So I struggled to find a way to adequately convey this story, and I felt that just the normal photos that we see in the papers of the burning forest, they don't really cut it. They're not. We've seen one, we've seen them all, and we needed something sort of more than that to tell the complexity of this story with more depth. So there's my camera in the burnt forest, and this is the initial sort of stab in the project. I began using a black and white infrared film, sheet film, 8 by 10 inch, called Kodak HIE, high-speed infrared film, which in sheet format is extremely rare. I actually came across a stash of it by accident, and it was last discontinued in 1999, 2000. So it's sort of a unicorn medium. And I was really drawn to it because it's critically heat sensitive. So global heating and all the heat and humidity of being in a tropical rainforest and the burning forest itself, let's face it. These are embedded within the materiality of the emulsion, the film's emulsion itself, creating a kind of palimpsest of global heating, while to me pointing to the difficulties of representing it, as well as more poetically to the end of the world. And I continued along the Trans-Amazonica Highway, which is a highway built in the 1970s by the Brazilian military dictatorship, who were influenced by neoliberal ideas. And neoliberal governments, all over the world, including, for example, Margaret Thatcher, they loved roads, big roads, because they linked businesses and allowed global trade to happen. So they built a road right through the forest in order to develop it. Yet, man had been living in the rainforest for thousands of years. And so there is a kind of development already in the forest. It's not like some sort of primordial wilderness that man has never inhabited. Yet indigenous peoples, they developed it in different ways. So they cultivated certain species that were useful to them, but they did so without destroying the biodiversity and the trees. So that's a way of living or developing, living with nature that I think we've forgotten in Western societies, where we try to raise scorched earth landscapes and create monoculture. These are, by the way, palm trees. So that's one of the species that people would have cultivated long ago and still do. And this is the way the film depicts humans. And I began to make portraits of the environmental criminals and as well as the victims of their activities. And this is a young Garimpero, illegal wildcat gold miner, with his pan. And you can see how the infrared film it makes the skin glow almost white. And the eyes, you can't really see very well here, but they go kind of black. But the film also, the density of chlorophyll in the trees of the rainforest reflects a huge amount of blazing infrared light, which we can't see. And that infrared sort of indexically points to chlorophyll, after all, which is the thing that converts carbon dioxide into biomass. And when burned, that biomass releases vast amounts of carbon back into the atmosphere. So what we're seeing now in the Amazon is so much burning that we're releasing huge amounts of carbon. And it's predicted now that scientists are beginning to use decades of GIS data captured by multispectral cameras and remote sensing satellites. So we've been doing this since the 70s. And all that data, very recently, they've been analyzing this to model tipping points. So the scale of the deforestation is such that the rainforest, 75% is so degraded, and this is a degradation we can't see with the human eye, but which is revealed through GIS approaches, through these multispectral cameras in space. It's so degraded that the forest, 75%, is about to die back automatically. And if and when we reach that tipping point, which is said to be in 10 years, and there's actually a number of different tipping points all across the vast space of the Amazon. But when we do, the forest loses the ability to generate its own rain, and so it stops being rainforest, and that affects weather patterns globally. But also, the forest itself dies back effectively and turns into open canopy savanna-like forests and releases vast amounts of carbon, which will greatly accelerate global heating. So I chose to start to look into this medium because I was so frustrated with the difficulty of taking a decent or adequate picture of my subject, which really I felt I could perhaps point to the impossibility of what I was doing, but I couldn't really convey it with more depth. So I looked to remote sensing technologies, and I found, ironically, that a lot of these technologies are used by the good guys, the environmental scientists, but they're also harnessed widely, very widely, by the bad guys, the multinational mining companies, the international agribusiness interests, by governments, And they use this GIS technology. It's much more widespread than you or I probably know. It's $1 billion industry. And it's used for extractive violence, after all. So it's used to locate seams of rare earth minerals. And at the time I was beginning my project, 2018, 2019, Bolsonaro took power of Brazil. And he opened up indigenous territories for multinational mining companies to lay stakes. So, so I tried to figure out how I could use this technology for myself as an artist, just an individual. And I found that there's a company in Oregon, I think Seattle, who make, that's Washington, somewhere in America, who make these tiny multispectral cameras. This is 10-band multispectral camera to be carried on a drone. So I bought myself this setup here, which wasn't vastly expensive. And that's able to see a lot more of the electromagnetic spectrum than we can. And this is where my project really overlaps with Alex's amazing project. Very interesting correlations. But the human eye, as you may or may not know, only sees red, green, and blue, which is quite a limited spectrum, about 350 nanometers. But there's a whole lot of other information there in the infrared, the ultraviolet, and beyond. And this camera, here's what it was seeing. And you could see actually in sort of faded up in the upper part of the image are the multispectral cameras of the Sentinel-2 and the Landsat 8. That's Sentinel-2 is, I think, the European space program, and the Landsat is NASA. And Red Edge is the one I was using. So you can see the 10 bands and how they break down and perceive the environment. So it's quite a similar way of looking at the landscape and looking at the spectral radiation and the wavelengths. These are narrow bands of spectral radiation that are imaging. And once combined using GIS scientific technology, I was able to map much larger sites of environmental crimes, very marginal sites that you wouldn't otherwise visit, and reveal them in a way that you couldn't do so with a normal camera. So I was making planar orthographic maps, and this is a few hectares of land over the Pantanal, which is the world's largest tropical wetlands, that had suffered in 2020 when I took this image, made this map, we'd lost 25% of the entire Pantanal that summer, which is shocking, because obviously that happens again this year, that's 50%. So it was really extraordinary. And those fires were set by fazenderos, willfully set by farmers. And then they sort of lost control of the fires, and they turned into these zombie fires. And so the zombie fires are burning underground, actually. They're subterranean fires, and you can't see them. But using the multispectral camera, I was able to actually see the front of the fire here. And you can see the firefighters down there trying to fight the fire, but totally in the wrong place. So it shows almost the sort of the difficulties they have in doing so. I also mapped the scorched earth scale of illegal mining along the river systems in the deeper forest. You can see a gold mining pit there. And then for a kind of third scale, I started to look at ultraviolet microscopy, which is used by scientists to understand more about plant life, but also shows us, as Alex was talking about, how insects see flowers, which is a very evolved and fascinating field of study, evolved to help flowers reproduce, after all. And so I began to depict the non-human life forms and the biodiversity of the cloud forests in Peru and Ecuador in this way. And I did so, I suppose, also to try to show the rainforest in a new and unfamiliar way, to defamiliarize it from the Disney exotic anthropomorphic, the jaguar smiling in the forest under the, I wanted to get away from that and to try to make you feel like you've never seen this before, because this is only like, a few centimeters square. That's a catadid on a Nepenthes, I believe. And I photographed these at night using 365 nanometer ultraviolet lights with no light pollution from visible lights, from normal lights. So the exposures were very long. And this is reflective and fluorescent ultraviolet light. And as a result, it's really strange sort of galaxy and blown up very large. These prints were very detailed. So I had my three scales. My approach was my methodology was, starting to work for me. And then I invited my longtime collaborators, Ben Frost, the composer, and Trevor Tweeton, the cinematographer, to join me. And I invited them to try to emulate the approach that I developed in whatever way to try to make an immersive video. And this was the third immersive video we'd done together. So we've been working about 12 years, for better or worse. And and we began to work on this during the pandemic. And to emulate the multispectral drone camera, I invented, in collaboration with a machine vision spectroscopy company in Toronto, I invented this multispectral video camera. And this is the first time anyone's ever done this, because no one's ever needed to. So it'd probably be also the last time anyone's ever done it, because it's totally crazy. And this is able to do multispectral imaging at 24 frames a second. And that's pretty strange, and it took us a year and a half to figure out, to evolve all the prototypes to get it to a place where it was working well. And here you can see what it looks like on the inside. So there's a window, the light goes through the window, it hits these beam splitters, not just one, but several, and the light is split towards various discrete separate sensors, each with its own lens, filtering at different specific narrow bandwidths. And there you can see the different cameras and their lenses. And this is what the carbon fiber box looked like, mounted to the nose of the helicopter on a Tyler mount. So the physical forces at stake here were immense. And it was totally crazy what we tried to do. But this has kind of worked. This is Trevor mounting it to the nose of the helicopter. There he is operating it with 4 separate, I think it's only 3 at this point, separate controllers. This is the imagery that emerged once we'd composited those separate bands in post-production into a single image. And it created these very compelling but also revealing images of mass-scale deforestation. And deforestation on this scale is carried out by large mafia groups that are paid by the hectare, professional burners. So it's a very willful and coordinated type of environmental crime. And then, I think this is, sorry, I was meant to have sound this, but, so that's the sort of installation that we put together. You can kind of hear the sound coming from my laptop. And that's how we presented the film finally downstairs, which you can see in the basement. I hope you go see it. It's a 74-minute film, quite a lot of time, but you don't have to watch the whole thing. And it's 4 4K video projections with 12.1 surround. And that's how it looks. So that is I suppose, the 15-minute version, and I'm over time at the moment, so I better stop. It's a 15-minute version of the crazy journey we've been on over the last four years to make this film. Okay.
Thank you. So I'm very glad to introduce you to the next panel, and I'm not going to moderate it this time. So it's going to be Marleen Sticker, the founder and executive director of WAG Future Lab in Amsterdam. It is a lab which is reinforcing the critical reflection of technology and developing technological but also social design skills and encouraging social innovation. So I think that Marleen is going to be the perfect one to introduce you to the third speaker, but also, Daisy, you can come back on stage. As I was saying, you could have been staying there comfortably on the sofa, and I'll leave you the stage, and they are going to together bridge art, tech, and the environment. So this is really a very important discussion here at the conference. Thank you, Marleen.
Thank you so much. That were 2 very, very impressive stories. As has been said before, the morning was a lot about more like the models and the economic models behind our environments. But to this moment, we start to talk about the narratives. What are the narratives, and how can we shape these narratives? And we have seen 2 very, very strong narratives. So that's really interesting to discuss amongst ourselves. Also, just to introduce yourself, Teno, you're from Helsinki. You're working in the field of advanced studies on labor and ecology and tech. So I will come back to you soon. I just want to introduce you because I think what was interesting in the introduction to this meeting, this part, it was said there is a tragedy of the commons. And it's very interesting because there's a very strong narrative that we humans can't deal with resources and that we will exploit it and that we are exploitative by nature, intrinsically. But this has been very much like a meme, and it has been a book, has been used a lot in economic theory, that commons can't exist and there's a tragedy of the commons. But I think what we just saw in your work, it's more like a tragedy of capitalism that we have seen so far. So just as a reminder, this whole idea about tragedy of the commons has been discussed and has by Elinor Ostrom in 2008. She was the Nobel Prize winner for economics. And she did this whole study about governing the commons. And she looked at centuries of commoning in all kinds of places in the world. And she said, and then the conclusion is, we can do this. There is a way to common and to take care of resources, but there are rules. So it's not an anarchy. There are certain rules. And she came up with 8 design principles and how a commons can be taken care of. So I just want to give us a reminder that some of our storylines are starting at this point. Like if we still are in the language and the narratives of capitalism, then they will say commons is a tragedy and we humans cannot do it. But if you go back to new economic thinking, then you will find a lot of principles that tell us that, yes, we are able actually to do it. Just as a reminder for the people that saw that we were going to talk about the tragedy, so no, we're going not to talk about the tragedy, we're going to talk about how can we shape these narratives. Just to begin with, Taylor, you're looking into labor, capital, and the storylines, and I think commons is one of the areas that you're also involved in. Could you tell a bit more about that? Where you're looking at?
No. Now? Yes. Okay. Too loud. Well, thanks and hi everyone. So I'm by education, I'm a historian, but I've been working past 10 years in environmental political economy, and maybe I will have I can draw something from there as well when we talk a bit more about the narratives that should actually dominate our thinking and future orientation and so on. But in my work related to commons, I think one meeting came to my mind. 2015 in Helsinki in Finland, I was able to talk with anthropologists, anarchists, not among us anymore, David Graeber, and I had a 3 hours time to interview him and have a dinner. And I remember that he said that what is actually relevant about the commons is that it's the fundamental threat to capitalism. Because if people can lean and build their lives based on commons, they don't have to enter market, they don't have to enter the market competition. So if we actually make commons stronger, we actually kind of undermine the capitalist logic. So that's kind of the antagonism between commons and capitalism. But I also think, and what came to my mind when I was watching Richard's works today, is we tend to think, at least some point we tend to think that capitalism is about using wage labor in core capitalist countries, in factories and so on. But if we actually look to 500 years of capitalism and colonialism, which are deeply intertwined and related, of course, we can see that capitalism actually functions by opening up constantly new geographical frontiers. And what is it trying to do is capture cheap nature in terms of like extra-human natures and human natures. So using basically resources and human labor in frontiers, not necessarily in the core, but in frontiers, mainly basically in global south. So without these frontiers, we wouldn't have the system that we call capitalism. So it's basically extractivist system, which is really well pictured in Richard's work as well. So maybe these 2 points are very important to me as a historian, the relation between capitalism and commons.
Yes, because Richard, your work, and especially when you're downstairs and you are in the soundscape of it as well, it's very, very overwhelming. And you almost think like it's not possible anymore. This is so devastating. And we see like this kind of extraction at work. And you see also almost the helplessness of the people there that then say, bring this to your people like us. But there's almost no window of finding a solution for this. Or do you think what is the action after we saw and experienced your work?
Yeah, well, first I'll just go to that point that you made, if that's all right, which is that when I was making those drone maps with the GIS technology, and that work is halfway between photography and mapping, because it takes tens of thousands of photographs and it puts them through a certain type of software to stitch them together and to correct parallax, to create a planar map with no vanishing point, effectively. So it's sort of a hybrid medium. But in looking back at the history of mapping, I found that mapping is central to capitalism. So the modern nation state in the 16th century, in the 1500s, it began mapping, cadastral mapping, was totally essential to the project of capitalism. And it was at the sort of foundation of obviously private property. And so, mapping itself is at the heart of capitalism, as you were saying. And I suppose if you think of the Amazon basin, sadly, it has been sort of, lines have been drawn on that, but as a space, it's a form of commons in a way, which through colonialization and through waves of immigrants particularly from Europe, actually, Southern Europe, Portugal, Italy, Spain, but all over the world. White man usually, but it's a very mixed race country, Brazil. And that road that the Brazilian military dictatorship built has just exponentially increased and accelerated this process. And they've had to find people to go along that road. And so there was a government agency called INCRA, which was tasked with finding communities and literally transplanting them up along this road, sort of turning the commons into a kind of striated capitalist space for development. And yeah, what can we do? I mean, that's a really tough one for me because, what we saw on the ground wasn't particularly hopeful, I'm afraid. And I wanted to convey that to people. But the young woman, if you do watch the film, there's a very, very rousing, moving speech by Adnea, who's a young Yanomami lady who is extremely powerful and articulate in her speech. And I think she's ordering me and confronting me not to simply come into her community and do nothing. And that reminding me that she's not dressed up like this, talking to the camera for my pleasure. And she's ordering me to go and to tell people. And so I think communicating is one of the things artists can do. So what can we do as artists is to convey that. And then beyond that, it's hard, but I have put a QR code where people can directly donate to her community. But that's a bigger question.
I think the first part of what you said is that by taking back the technology and put this mapping into another, starting with mapping for another narrative, is already one of the things what artists can do.
Yeah, Dennis Wood called that counter mapping. So if you see mapping as somehow an evil enterprise, there's ways of using it against itself.
But it is, I think, because it's about like art, tech, and environment. So I think the tech part is here that we're taking back control. I think a lot of the work, Daisy, what you make is also. You said we want to have empathic algorithms, so not algorithms that exploit, but algorithms that actually help to build and then changing the perspective, not for us, but well, maybe in the end for us, but is also a move like that. Do you consider your work also as taking back control over technology?
I would like to have that as an outcome, but I think it's impossible. I think the algorithm in itself is a creation. It's got all my own biases baked into it. It's commentary on that. It's creating unnatural landscapes that are designed ultimately to benefit us. I don't think that there's a way to use any technology in a neutral or ultimately altruistic way, but I want to ask that question. Having worked with these different technologies, is there are there other value systems? That's really what I'm asking. And how do we make it very plain, as lots of artists are exploring and trying to expose, that these technologies are not neutral. And when I have existed in other spaces, into deeper in techno-utopia land, there is a lot of surprise that I would describe a technology as not neutral. So trying to open up that question, and Pollinator Pathmaker is different, as I mentioned, to the things I've made previously, because it is about play and is trying to work with a different set of emotions rather than, making people feel bodily discomfort, which I also, which is why I respect your work so much. And in my own work, I've tried to, kind of experience that. But what do we do next? That's what am I asking an audience to do? How do we make things differently? And is there a way even to make things differently? And I'm not especially hopeful, but it's worth trying to ask.
Oh my God, you're in.
Sorry, on the pink carpet.
I thought your work actually sort of showed us that there is a way out, especially also by bringing this do-it-yourself component to it. That is the idea that people have agency and can start do something, because that's, I think, basically one of the major problems, that people feel paralyzed and don't know how to change. Well, not flying, not eating meat, maybe, but those are difficult. But the one which could be positively contribute.
But it's deeply utopian, the whole effort. I think it's. I mean, Christiana Figueres, who talked about this need for optimism in, as the only way to operate. I think humans ultimately were hopeful as well as misguided in that hope. So it's worth trying, but Pollinator Pathmaker is not a solution. The idea is actually that people spend time looking and interacting with the natural world as a toolkit to actually spend time. But at the same time, it's really, to get back to this question of the commons, it's deeply problematic as an artwork because it is so privileged and exclusionary, because we don't all have access to natural space. And there's an invitation to find a space if you don't own your own, to work with a school or a community group and come together. And that is an invitation to a form of activism to actually transform something. But it actually raises huge issues around inaccess, and that is possibly the best tool it can offer, is just a blueprint to do something.
One of your research areas is also looking in far right and how they relate to environmental issues, which then brings in a really deep ideology in how to perceive if there is a problem, even in denying that we are in this situation. Do you think there's any light there? Is there any way that could change over time, or is it so deeply rooted in a specific ideology that we can't bridge that gap anymore?
Well, struggling with far right is something that we will have to do that when the planet heats up. I mean, the tendency of in a warming planet where we most likely will see more social conflicts. People have to move, millions of people have to move and all that. So this side of the political spectrum, they are quite clever of using these kind of conflicts to gain more power, gain more support behind them, and so on. One big tendency in the far right in Europe, for example, is that they used to be climate denialists, but because in quite a lot of environmental states nowadays, you have to actually engage in green discussions and framings and climate change debates. So mostly nowadays they are actually promoting climate delay, which is basically saying that climate change is not that big risks and there's not that much we can do, or it's China or India who is the problem here, and so on. So there's a shifting tactics that they are using. But I also, maybe in this context of the far right, I want to make the point that we tend to think that only progressive movements or progressive thinkers have some kind of environmental ideas. But if we look at extreme right, for example, they are engaged in environmental debates. They are building up deep ecological thinking. They are even thinking about commons. But of course, their answer to the commons is decentralized power, use draw hierarchies from nature so that you can have authoritarian power in local level and so on. So I think it's really a huge challenge that we need to think way much more that we are actually thinking right now.
But the last part, so like decentralized, is like that type of thinking is also touches also the storylines of commons, distributed ownership, and so on. So there is somewhere a place where these storylines come together.
Exactly, yeah. But I think I still would emphasize that the main agenda is, of course, with the far right and radical right parties in Europe to defend the existing modes of production which are based on using fossil fuels and natural resources, and also the lifestyles like petro-masculinities which are linked to the use of cars and high consumption lifestyles and all that. So I think that's the main message that they try to promote and deliver in quite many European countries.
I think when you see, actually, when people have questions, please, I can try to see and see if you have questions, because I really want to engage you, if you want. Yes, there's someone. Yes, please. Sorry, I improvised. Yeah, there is a microphone coming to you. It's over there. Please stand up and tell who you are. Then it gives us a bit idea.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Thank you, and congratulations to the artists for the prize and for the brilliant work. I do have one question for Richard, because you mentioned the growing practice of evil mapping and also the counter mapping. So I was wondering if you could elaborate on this and if you have examples and ways of doing so. Thanks.
I'll try. I mean, I just want to remind everyone that Daisy and I are not experts in the commons. I don't know why we're on this panel, but yeah. So Dennis Wood wrote a book. He's an American academic. I think he's quite old now. He wrote a book about countermapping, and so this idea that I think there's another term for it, is critical cartography. And there's artists and activists and all kinds of thinkers have done various forms of this over the years. And his book, which I think is titled, I forget the title of it, but I think it's Countermapping. It documents all of these, and it's fascinating. Sometimes very dense book to read, but it has a lot of instances of that. And so I began to see my own work as somehow an instance of it, because I was going to very, remarkably marginal places in very remote parts along the Trans-Amazonian Highway, which most people wouldn't go to, and if they did, they'd just drive right by these places. So I would stop and I would see a huge plantation of burnt eucalyptus, which is a non-indigenous tree in the Amazon, I believe. And it would be burnt, but it had grown at a certain height. And I began to wonder why. So I'd send my drone up, and I'd map that particular grove. And I began to see all kinds of things about how the weeds would come up after the burn. And then, of course, I showed that to people, and someone said, "Oh, aren't you stupid? No, you have to burn a eucalyptus in order for it to reproduce." So I learned things through the process. But yeah, I actually live, going back to the Commons, I have a tiny little cottage in Burren National Park in County Clare in the west of Ireland, where I'm from. And there's a real wilderness, like a beautiful, very important ecology there called the Burren. And a very large farm came up for sale recently. I suppose the old bachelor farmer died. And all the local farmers were vying to buy it, but they couldn't afford it because it was so big. And a German billionaire, a lady, just bought it, boom, for 1.4 million, which is to her very little, but to the local farmers, they couldn't afford it. And it turns out she'd bought lots of property in County Clare. And that's very interesting to me because, well, for a number of reasons, but it's it seems to be that she's buying it up in order to get carbon credits from the European Union. And if you look at the Scottish Highlands, there's a Danish billionaire who's bought up most of the Scottish Highlands for the same reason. So these ought to be commons, but the way the EU has structured it, they're being snapped up by the 0.1%. And I wondered if you had any thoughts on that, or if you even knew about it.
Well, that's a very complicated question, but I think what else? Well, if I think my home country, Finland, there's an example of we have common rights that in state forests and in private forests you can pick up berries, mushrooms. You can go wherever you want to go. And we tend to think, and there's been a long tradition to think that we are the environmental pioneers and we are in Finland examples of how to do efficient and also sustainable forestry. And sometimes these common rights are used also as an example that this is how we can, so people can go to the forests and they can enjoy and they can hike and all that. But it's also used as an argument by the forest industry to delay certain kind of tactics, to create framing that we have sustainable forestry. I was looking at your work, and it's nothing to compare to Finland. You should not compare Amazon forest loss and the situation in Finland. But also we have increased our logging because of need for biomass and for pulp and bioenergy and all that. And we are in a situation where we are losing our carbon sinks in a time when we should actually have way much wider carbon sinks and actually decrease the logging of the forests. And at the same time, we are experiencing very deep biodiversity loss in Finnish forest at the current moment. So there's a picture of sustainability, but it's nowhere near sustainable. And the lucky thing is, of course, that we actually quite well know how we should change things. We should actually kind of change the production mode of forestry so that there will be some forestry left, but there will be other options, which would then be sustainable production and so on.
You just mentioned that people buy up this land so that they can use it as carbon points, which is directly the effect of defining carbon as a market and see it as a trade, which is really strange because I think we come from a time that we believe that everything is transactional, everything has a price, everything is part of this system of market exchange. And I think this is a very dominant narrative. Whereas if we think about it, that everything is transactional, it's the same what's happening in our digital area actually. But I think if the change between everything is transactional, we're going to solve these problems by pricing or by defining, making it a market, then we will end up with the same thing that we already have, even worse. Where if you would make it relational, so these are relational situations. You can, and it's not part of the market. People can't solve it by buying up land or buying up carbon points. And sometimes I believe something in the lying change in narrative should be along these lines, where I think art is very well positioned because it's definitely more about relationships and relational thinking than in transactional thinking. Would you agree, or do you think that? I think a part of the art world is definitely not represented here at the moment at Ars Electronica. It's part of the financial world, definitely. But the type of artists that we see here are all very embedded in communities, in social practices. So I would consider them as part of this movement, which is based of the new narrative about relationships. Daisy, would you?
I mean, I think that's also optimistic because we're still operating in the same world. So I'm being very cynical, but I feel like I need to contrast with the flowers. Like the reality of why I made the work is actually a reaction to these things. So I talked about GDP and as a measure, and there's a wonderful historian of GDP and economist Dirk Philipson, who told me about this example. As you think of someone driving an SUV, or a man driving an SUV, eating a hamburger, smoking a cigarette, texting, and they hit a pedestrian, and that person has to go to hospital, and there's legal challenge with this. Like, that is the perfect model for GDP. Everything in that scenario contributes to growth and how we measure productivity, how we measure well-being and bettering. So this question of what we're measuring is so important for all of these value systems. When GDP was created in the 1930s, the creator of GDP said this isn't a measure for well-being, it shouldn't be used as such. But it was a way to sort of figure out what was happening post-war with reparations and the Marshall Plan, but that has become the measure. So everything in the world has to be measured by that value system. So yes, we can think of alternative value systems, but everything we're doing still in the arts is still operating within that system, whether we're in the art market or in these more experimental spaces which require certain stories to be told. So I just want, I think the danger also is seeing art as a utopian solution maker, and especially work around the environment. And I see pressure on artists to be coming up with solutions as well, and to be told that we have the ability, we have the freedom to do that. And I think there's a much bigger systemic change needed around that, but also an expectation of the arts that is perhaps too much. That we can tell stories and we can bring attention, but who is making the solutions? And that's something we do as citizens as well. Sorry, it's my little...
I also realized that your work must have cost a lot. And also the work of you, Richard, which also is a story that, of course, this kind of artworks only can exist when there is art support for it, which already is, of course, a certain bias in the type of work that's being funded. Would you consider that as a problem? Because I think the tools that you used could be really great tools for people there to tell their stories themselves, but those kind of tools and technologies are not available for people in the Amazon environment themselves. Would you see that as also as part of the problem as Daisy just described?
Yeah, no, there's actually a lot of groups of people who go in with cameras and distribute them, and there's a lot of narratives emerging from indigenous communities now, which is super important to our society. Like, I don't think we live in a time that as you said, can only see transaction. We live in a society, and I think there are people in the world who don't inhabit that particular reality, and we have a lot to learn from indigenous ways of thinking, which can help us try to figure out a way. But like I'm in the middle of shooting a story for the New York Times Magazine, actually, where there's two old fellas in the state of Oregon who've taken it upon themselves to help save the giant sequoias and the redwoods from the wildfires across California. And so they're trying to, and they would have been, those trees would have been in further north in Oregon and Washington, were it not for certain glaciers at a certain point in history. So they can grow there. So they're taking cuttings and saplings and trying to distribute them to people, to anyone who wants them for free, to plant as many as possible of these trees for the future. And by the way, fun fact, if each of us plants one giant sequoia or one of these enormous redwoods in our life, that can apparently undo our entire life's worth of carbon emissions eventually.
Only the people in this room, or like the whole of humanity?
Yeah, has a lot of trees. But anyway, one of the things I found out, and I was only there last week, and I have to fly out there again to shoot more next week, but commercial logging, we all think that they're the boogeyman. But actually, there's nothing wrong with logging trees as long as you don't burn them, because the carbon remains in the trees. And then if you replant them, you're actually storing more and more carbon. And I think that those people get sometimes unfairly called out for environmental crimes or mismanaging the environment. Of course, yes, species extinction is one thing with monoculture, but there are ways of managing forests that are more diverse than what we normally see. And I think it's important to remember that it's not so black and white. back to your question, which was, I think that I suppose my subject wasn't about empowering Indigenous voices so much as this is a crime that our societies have committed that we need to address for ourselves. You know, you and I as consumers have way more agency than the people on the ground carrying out the crimes, and especially the Indigenous who are the victims. But we're all the victims ultimately. And so I don't see it as somehow identity-based or specific to certain communities. I think this is something we face universally, and the international economic systems, the globalized systems of trade. Brazil is the largest exporter of meat and leather, and yet there's a lot of people in the big cities like Sao Paulo and Rio who are starving. So a lot of that meat doesn't reach the communities that need it the most within Brazil. So this is like a globalized problem, and that meat ends up in, you know, Burger King and places where you and I eat it for cheap, and the leather is sent to Mexico where it's turned cured and then sent to America to be put into the cars of luxury SUVs and the shoes that we wear. So I see it as very much something of our doing, and therefore something that we ought to speak about also. So yeah, it's a complicated problem, but I think we can get distracted by this idea that only the Indigenous can speak about the rainforest, when actually the crimes are being carried out by our societies.
Is there anybody in the room that still has some questions? Yes, here in the front.
Yes. It's on. Okay. Oh, hello. Okay, so I had a question for Richard. I only came at the end of your presentations. I didn't catch all of it, unfortunately. But I saw that you were, in a way, mapping the rainforest, the Amazon, with some cameras where you can see the damage of the rainforest easily with colors. Is that correct? In a roundabout way. Could you possibly think about using that? Because we come from Australia, near the Great Barrier Reef, and we have a really big problem of mapping the damage on the Great Barrier Reef because it's so large, the size of Italy. Could you possibly use your technology and your cameras to map the destruction of the Great Barrier Reef for bleaching, acidification, and so forth? Could you think about that?
I believe you could, and I think that's called bathymetry, where you can use the freely available GIS data gathered and harvested by remote sensing satellites in space for the last several decades to see, not that deep underwater, but probably deep enough to see the coral reefs being bleached. And on that note, I was taking these scientific technologies and then I was using them on a qualitative, taking them from the quantitative into the qualitative as a storyteller, as an artist, using them on an aesthetic level as well as an indexical level. So, if I was forensic architecture using that camera, I don't know if you've heard of them, but they're an artist collective and they do amazing stuff. They would have used a camera like that in a very different way. And I use it to move the viewer and disarm the viewer through aesthetics and through the sublime, through art and storytelling, through narrative, and through the visceral. But it also carries that overlap with the indexical, the forensic as well, but not quite to the level of the work of, for example, forensic architecture. So the work is sort of parallel, but very quite different. But yeah, I think that's a wonderful idea. And it's funny, someone else had the same idea. I was in Bremen for a show, and a lady, I believe it was the World Coral Conference, and so someone gave me a coral necklace randomly, and the colors that I used, she said, had a coral quality. But thank you for that idea. It's wonderful.
I want to go back to a little bit. I think, Daisy, you try not to make statements about what the arts can do in the context of this kind of devastating mechanism where we're in at the moment. And on the other hand, I think it's yourself saying that we need something like a positive perspective, because otherwise, why should we bother? and we want to have agency in our lives. And I would say that over the years, I think having artists talking about GDP and questioning it is quite new to a lot of the art scenes and the podia that we're in. Having the type of work that you can show, like you said, the sublime, like the experience, it has such a quality that it's really growing in it's becoming more and more powerful. I think is my. So I try to be a little bit positive about the abilities of artists to do this kind of work, because I think it has a lot of impact. So I just want to challenge you to not to be too negative about it.
No, I mean, I think that critique is a really important part of this, especially, I mean, for my own practice, my tool is aesthetics. So I'm playing with the idea of aesthetics. So in other works, it's the frame of Western science. So the vitrine and the diorama, the sublime. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of overlap with these techniques that we're playing with. And in Pollinator Pathmaker, it's beautiful floral images. And I think it's just important to recognize that that's a tool for a bigger conversation. And the critique of my own work is part of the work, that we have to recognize why it matters. And again, Christiana Figueres talks about stubborn optimism, and I think that's such an important way to think about why hope is important, but also not to blindly hope. It's pointed hope.
Tino, do you think this kind of idea of stubborn optimism is a good direction?
I think, based on our work in the research unit that's been working 10 years on the issue how we can rapidly change society so that we can decrease the use of fossil fuels and natural resources, the key finding there is that we need a systematic change in society, which needs to be fast. But of course, we need individual changes as well. But relying only to these individual optimistic changes in lives without that the people can see that the system is changing around, that we actually make investments, we scale down polluting production, and we scale up socio-technological systems that will actually support this sustainable life. So if these things go together, then I have a bit of hope.
I think we're coming up to a very nice conclusion. So we combine stubborn optimism and the sublime, and then the system around us also has to change. So thank you very much for this discussion, and I hand it over to you back. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all of you, Tero, Richard, Alexandra, Daisy, and to you, Marlene, for moderating this panel, which is a key panel here at Ars Electronica for sure, because it is really like with converging interest for all these three aspects. So I'm glad you were so numerous there. And what about a little bit playful Mentimeter question again? Can we have the QR code? I want to know more about you. Oh, we already have the QR code. I mean, this tech crew is thriving, right? Thank you. So you can take again the QR code. And this time, we would love to know your take on what human beings may own. We had it already with the pets and stuff, but well, we can have this time again the animal. We had the houses also, yeah? Plants, planet, national resources, maybe their own feelings. Well, let's have a look at that. And the narrative. Are you owning a narrative at all? As we are here right now this afternoon about ownership and narratives about ownership. And what about ownership of narratives? Are you sure you own it? So please go to Mentimeter and have a look and give us your answers on this. Oh, I like this. We still have people owning animals here. That's interesting. This morning there was none, but this afternoon there are. Okay, good. Good. House plant. Are you sure you own the plant? Where is the plant from? Right? The planet, that's interesting. Some people, who said we own the planet? That's very interesting today. Please raise your hand, don't be shy. I'm not gonna, bite you. Who is it? It's you.
I mean, it's a scale, so between 0 and 10, I say yes.
Okay, I note this. Your own feeling, that's good that people think that they're really in charge of this. So I want to know, is this the final thing, or are you still experimenting with ownership of stuff? Are you done? Is this your answers? Yeah? This moves a little bit. Yes, the feelings are really running the show. that's for sure. The house plants, too. I'm a parent of a plant, but I'm not sure I would say I'm an owner of a plant. That's interesting. Yeah, okay, good. Very good. Who is surprised about these? No? No one? Okay, so that's a boring question. Let's move on. Let's go about the ownership of narratives. And I'm really super happy about the next talk, because we're going to talk together about who controls the narrative around nature preservation and where does it get the people to? What role do narratives play in the ownership of nature? And maybe also how can we detect misleading stories? And I will welcome on stage in a second. I hope the speaker is there. Is my speaker here? Yes, okay, wonderful. This is great. This is Dr. Mordecai Ogada. He's a Kenyan carnivore ecologist. He said that, I didn't say that. He's a trained special trainer, an award-winning Kenyan journalist. He has been investigating and writing on wildlife conservation since 2000, right? His book, The Big Conservation Lie, is a wake-up call to question and investigate the narratives around the conservation of Africa's wildlife, and I would say, and beyond. Thank you so much to be here with us.
Wonderful
and
to
I'm
be here.
Very happy for your 20-minute presentation, so see you then. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming, and it's great to be here in this wonderful festival, very different from others I've been to before. So who controls the narrative around nature preservation? It sort of ties into what we just heard in the previous panel, which I'm very happy about the discussions they had there. And what does this get them? Why do they want to control it? I'll start with this slide. This is a BBC report from one day ago. There was something called the Africa Climate Summit that ended in Nairobi in Kenya 2 days ago. And then this was the result. This is a BBC article. They say Africa proposes global carbon taxes to fight climate change. And this is what I'm talking about, these narratives. Africa is a continent of 54 countries, 1.3 billion people. There were about 8 presidents here. So it's not Africa. This is about 8% of Africa, or maybe something like that. And who's going to do the taxes? Who's going to be paying them? Who's going to be paid? So this is a lot of hot air, if you excuse the term. So what is the narrative of conservation around the world? It's one of perpetual crisis. I'm sure you've all heard it. In 10 years' time, this will be extinct. In 2 years' time, this will be extinct. There's only 200 of this left, 200 of that left. So the narrative is perpetual crisis. And what is the mechanism of the crisis? It's loss of biodiversity. I'm trained as a biologist. Biodiversity does get lost. Dinosaurs got lost. There were no poachers then. There's so many plants, etc., that have disappeared without human interference. But having said that, human beings right now are doing a lot of damage. That's true. But the narrative is one of crisis. It's not one of how do we live with these circumstances? How do we do things better? It's crisis, and crisis always demands someone to blame. Who is the scapegoat? So according to this narrative, who are to blame? Generally black and brown people. Because if you say elephants are disappearing, who's killing them? It's Africans, right? If leopards, etc., are disappearing, who's killing them? It's those people who live close to them. The world doesn't recognize that the people who live with wildlife or around wildlife, that is probably the highest level of civilization. To be able to live here and there's some elephants hanging out there, and you're not killing them and they're not killing you, and you're living together, that's the highest standard of civilization we should aspire to. And in this context, actually, I think the country the whole world can learn from is India. They've got about 1.4 billion people. They've got elephants, tigers, leopards, and incredible biodiversity in that human population density. So how does this narrative go around? How does the electronic or digital world fuel this narrative? One is globalism. I'll talk more about it. We start losing sight of local realities as we embrace global myths. You're throwing rubbish out here, but someone's telling you that Antarctica ice is melting, but you're throwing rubbish on the road here in Linz. The quantity or volume of media and information results in harmful quantitative thinking, offering easy escapes from qualitative behavior change. So when you keep thinking that, oh, the Amazon is losing X number of trees per year, you forget about what you should be changing about your own behavior in this place. And perceptions, like what I just said earlier, black and brown people, they're driven by disinformation, which always leans towards the informer's biases or needs. So it's the savior complex. So in Africa and many parts of the world, we have what we call protected areas. This is national parks, etc. These are very primitive conservation tool. So who is it protected from? By definition, a protected area in Kenya is protected from Kenyans. Or a protected area in Tanzania is protected from Tanzanians, protected from the owners of that area. And these are often commons. So media uses terms like habitat encroachment. When you see, this is typical in Kenya, central Kenya where I live, you see this Maasai people with their livestock and there's some wildlife animals around. We see the media talk about this as habitat encroachment, a bad thing. But then in media we also see white people on horses riding amongst those animals, and we call it a riding safari. Wonderful romantic thing. So this is what the output, the amount of information we are getting is doing to us. It's stopping us from thinking clearly about these things. And when you don't think clearly, then violence becomes okay. It is something unique to Africa that wildlife conservation constantly involves people with guns and uniforms. And now they use night vision goggles and drones and surveillance cameras. Right now we are militarizing conservation. We're using military tactical gear for conservation. And apart from that, this is driven by other financial instruments. And these include some of these things. Schemes like carbon credits, carbon trades, carbon offsets, so-called nature-based solutions. It's a constantly shifting goalpost. It's constantly shifting. You catch up with one thing, they come up with another. And some of the previous panelists here spoke about it. But what comes about, the net effect is actually imbalance in power and oppression, something similar to colonialism. And this is sort of how it looks. So this is just a map. This is from Sightline Institute. This is a map showing the top 20 carbon polluters in the world. You see there's Europe, Asia, China, etc. there. And then you see consumption of Earth resources. We need 5 Earths if we consumed at the rate of the United States. We only need 1 Earth if we consumed at the rate of Niger at the bottom there, which is a typical African country. And look at India. We need 0.7 Earths. That's the best. They're the best country as far as consumption of resources per capita is concerned. But then you look at the carbon credits. Where's the concentration of the carbon sequestration? It's in the global south. The only really honest carbon credits is like in Asia because they're sequestering in the same place where they're polluting. That's in China and in India and all these. But otherwise, the pollution in Europe and the United States is sequestered in Africa. And this power imbalance is very harmful because this is what drives loss of resource rights, this drives violence, extrajudicial killings, and displacement of people from their homes. So we must be very careful about how the digital world drives things. If you look at cryptocurrencies are getting into it as well. We now have in Virunga Park in Congo actual dams on rivers that are producing electricity to mine Bitcoin in Virunga, in Congo. So you have Bitcoin mining operations going on in national parks. So the national park and the river is not serving the people who live there. The narrative is that people far away are the ones who are using this resource and who are benefiting from this resource. And what we see in media makes this okay, but this is not okay. And these are problems. So recently, I was quite happy. The EU Parliament, in May this year, voted to abandon carbon neutral claims based on carbon offsets or carbon trading. And this is good because that was greenwashing. One thing you know, carbon trading does not affect production of emissions. Climate change is due to emissions. Carbon trade does not affect emissions in any way. It is just some money changing hands. And so how can the electronic and digital world help us? Communication. We can quickly and cheaply share perspectives on environment across the globe. If someone tells you what's happening in Kenya, you can quickly find out on the internet or from someone out there and that kind of thing. Learning, in real time, we can adapt solutions from elsewhere and avoid repeating the mistakes they made. That is very important. And it can also understand how our deeds in a global world can impact other people. Like WWF is running programs in Congo which are violently displacing people from the forests, burning their homes, beating them up, killing some of them. You need to know that if you give money to WWF, you're paying for those bullets and guns. You're not paying for a nice fluffy panda bear toy. That's what you get, but the truth is it's buying guns and bullets which are killing people. And it gives us responsibility. Then we need to realize that a lot of information is really nonsense, really. I saw this report on CNN, say humans pump so much groundwater that the Earth's axis has shifted by 4 centimeters. The figure was 4 centimeters. I mean, a shift of 4 centimeters, if you shift your beer 4 centimeters on the table, you might not realize it. The Earth's axis, I mean, what does that mean? But this is the problem. The information flow has created a situation where we are bombarded with all sorts of useless stuff that we forget to interrogate things. And this again is saying we must reduce groundwater consumption. Groundwater consumption, as we drink it, it actually goes back to the ground. Water doesn't go to space or someplace. It goes back to the ground. So we need to interrogate these things. So to protect the environment, I think we need to protect people, systems, and livelihoods, not geographical areas. Protecting geographical areas was sort of cutting-edge technology a few thousand years ago when they were building Great Wall of China or Hadrian's Wall and this kind of thing. This has no place in the world today. Again, and I'm a scientist, and I do not blindly trust the science. Scientists lie like everybody else. We need money like everybody else. We are on sale like everybody else. So read, understand, and apply it where needed. And I just want to caution from a scientific journal. This was published in Nature. And it said the world has 422 trees for every person. And then they gave this graphic. But if you look at the nations named there, number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4, Canada, Greenland, Australia, United States, those are what we call settler colonies. Those are colonies that are not run by the indigenous people. If you follow France, then there's Ethiopia as the top African country. Ethiopia has a lot of desert and has a high human population. And then you see China, UK, and India. But why don't they put Gabon here, or Democratic Republic of Congo? That would be number 1. But that would mean that black people are good at conserving forests. And science doesn't want to say that. These are the issues we have to deal with, philosophical issues. So even when you're reading academic journals, don't blindly trust what they're saying. Environmental globalism is a poison philosophy. The truths are locally defined. Your environmental truth is where you are locally, what you're doing. The shoe I'm wearing in Africa cannot make you comfortable here in Austria. Or the shoe you're wearing in Austria can't make me comfortable. We must do it locally, then we get global effects. These are a few conservation, we need to avoid what we call conservation heroes. These are a problem. These people are a problem because they make us think that they're saviors in the world. It's Jane Goodall, Richard Leakey, Daphne Sheldrake, George Adamson, Joy Adamson, Diane Fossey, Bernard and Michael Jimek, Mervyn Cowie, all African conservation heroes, but none of them are black. That must mean that there's some prejudice problem. And we see what even David Attenborough shows on BBC Earth, etc. It shows wildlife in Africa, but it doesn't show black people. All the amazing inspiration you get to go and visit Kenya, to go and visit Masai Mara doesn't show you people. So when you get to Masai Mara and you see people, you're kind of shocked. What are they doing here? They look like criminals. They should not be there. And this is the problem of what the media is doing right now. I just want to share a few pictures of the reality of Africans living with wildlife. That's me in Laikipia, northern Laikipia, where I was doing my studies. That's in Burkina Faso. That's in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. That's in Talek in southern Kenya. And you don't see stuff like this on National Geographic because black people are not meant to be friends of wildlife. We're the bad guys. And this is from a village called Kazinga in Uganda. It's a video. Let's see if it's going to play. So you can see buffaloes, elephants, and some kids playing, and some women washing their stuff, and guys going to their boats, etc. This is the reality that exists, and it's what we need to wish for or look for. Or aim towards, because this is the sharing of habitat. We don't have enough space to separate people and wildlife anymore. That was old and violent and outdated practice. So right now where we are, the West controls the narrative around nature preservation. And that's what we need to change, because it is being used to get power, land, and resources. Sort of a new era of sort of colonialism. So we need to change that, get an environmental narrative about India from India, about Africa from Africa, about Europe from Europe, about South America from South America. So if the narrative comes from one place, you'll always get one side of the picture, and the world is much bigger and more diverse than that. We keep saying we are fighting for biodiversity. The people who say that they want to protect biodiversity, they don't want to protect human diversity. They don't want to protect livelihood diversity, opinion diversity. So biodiversity alone cannot do it. We have to have diversity of people, of livelihoods, of opinions, and everything. And that's how we'll get where we want to go. I'm not sure if my contacts are visible there, but thank you for your attention and look forward to the questions. Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah, we have 3 minutes for a short Q&A. So yes, we have a question here. Can we have the microphone here? I know it was not necessarily planned that way, but we are spontaneous and we want to make the most of the time. I'm obsessed with time. I'm the chief time officer here. It's sometimes a little bit, but okay. So here we have a question. Thank you. Please.
Thank you for your speech. What would you say, how would we, the common people, know when something is true and when something is not, when we read it in the media? And you say that scientists lie. How do we know who lies and who doesn't?
Yeah, a good question. I mean, it's about comparing a lot of different sources of things. Science right now has become very expensive, especially conservation science. So someone's funding it. And the narrative needs to serve the next grant, to get the next grant, to get funding, and all that. And the fact is, look at from the human dimension angle. So if someone's talking about biodiversity in a place where people are farmers, it's about looking at what are the farmers doing? How can they do their farming better? The fishermen, how can they do their fishing better? So I think we need to look more at the human side. Then that will help the wildlife side. If we look at lions, you see conservation is saying, I want to preserve lions. and to conserve lions. And he says nothing about gazelles. You wonder, are the lions going to eat in restaurants or where they're going to go? When someone's talking about elephants, needs to talk about habitat, not just ivory, where needs to conserve forests as well. So it's about understanding the whole system and how they can live together. So it's complicated, but I think we just need to invest a bit more time in, you see something on TV, try and read something about it. You read something else.
Yeah.
So we need to take a bit more time. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I want maybe to mention tomorrow we'll have 2 very great sessions. They are more about like AI and synthetic content and etc. But one session at 3:10 will be what can I believe? So I think with a what in a bracket, and it will be from understanding how misinformation is working. So I really recommend you the session.
I'll be there.
Come, absolutely. We have the co-author of the Misinformation Age, How False Beliefs Spread. So I think this is something which is a great addition to this talk. We will have the founder of Check My Ads Institute. We will have a political analyst, Nerima Wako. So I think it's going to be really great. And following that, we will have a workshop, how to debunk fakes with tools and tricks. Again, it will be more about misinformation and but we have specially trained fact checker. So I think it's a great session also, and it will be at 4:10. So I recommend you these 2 sessions. It's more about technology, but well, you know, it cannot harm, as we say in French. Ça peut pas faire de mal. Right. Anyway, we have a last question here. We are actually over the time, but I would like to take your question, please. So the microphone is coming. Thank you.
Do you have examples of engagement with foreign organizations and local activists in the conservation world that have worked, that you've seen that have been very successful?
The short answer is no, because the foreign organizations tend to be the big ones, the Nature Conservancy, WWF, Conservation International, and they are more in the business of co-opting local, sort of buying consent, that kind of thing. So they use the financial muscle, so they compromise, change laws, change local people's opinions, buy their way in. So far we haven't managed, and it's about putting finances at the back of the conversation and having livelihoods. That's why I said protecting systems, livelihoods. These organizations are mostly about protecting a species or a space, not livelihoods. And the livelihood they consider is only tourism, and those are dependencies, really. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to close the session because we're over the time now, but I want to ask you, so thank you very much for coming there. It's great to open perspectives. Really a great way to go and explore the reframing the ownership. And I would like to make a little Mentimeter before we go on with changing. I mean, the next session, I really encourage you to stay. It's going to be about country-centered design, a pathway for embedding Indigenous protocols into artificial intelligence. And I told you it will be our bridge to our next day tomorrow about technology. And we will have Professor Angie Abdillah with us, the founder and director of Always, and we will make a yawning circles, actually a couple of yawning circles to think together and elaborate with a great method. We're working with Rafia and sharing a common knowledge together. So I really recommend you to come to that session and to see together like how can we change something together and elaborate and work together? Okay, so the question, sorry, on Mentimeter is on this one, and I really would love to know this time, what is the most valuable thing that you own? The most valuable thing that you own. Thanks to take the QR code, prepare your answer. Just one thing. The most valuable thing that you own. Yes, I already said yes. Oh yes. I agree with health. I have a broken rib, you can't see it, but I feel it. Okay, great. So my bed, this is great. I mean, I think I've never seen that one. Sanity, yeah. But are you sure you own sanity? But that's another question. Okay, come on, give it to me. You are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 43, 46. We are 60 people. I want 60 answers. Come on. Of course, a lot of people are around health. I'm there too, even if I didn't click it, as I was saying. What else? Love. Skills to survive. I love that. Who said that? This is great. Who is that? Skills to survive? Anyone? As soon as I ask, there is a. Was it you, Anna, again? No, it's not working. It does. Okay. Good. Come on. Let's. The last couple of seconds. Anything new? Laptop? Are you kidding me? Who wrote that? The strength to say no. That's a very good one. My truth, okay, my memory, as long as you have it, yeah. Knowledge, honesty. Honesty, probably I don't know who that was, but one of the most valuable things that I do agree, I would sign that one. Pretty great. Last one, are we gone? Are we good? Because we're gonna change the chairs. I'm gonna ask you to turn your chairs around in a second. So, are we good? Last one? Ready to go? 3, 2, 1, 0. That's great. Yeah, technologies. Well, the person who wrote technologies, come tomorrow, please, because we're going to investigate in this. Was it you? Ah. Yeah, I love that. That's great. Hope to see you tomorrow around then. That's great. Okay, good. Well, thank you for your participation so far. It's really great. After the workshop, we're going to have a last question about ownership and the future. So let me start right away for our next thing. I don't want to lose any minute of this because really I'm really very curious and very, very happy to have this session, Country-Centered Design, a pathway for embedding indigenous protocols into AI. And we're going to make it together. And it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Angie Abdillah. She's a Palaway Troll-Woolway woman, as I was saying, Aboriginal Tasmanians, people of the Australian island of Tasmania. And she's the founder and director of Old Ways New. It's the name, Old Ways New, I think it's great, and works with indigenous knowledges and systems in the creation of technology. She's a professor at the Australian National University School of Cybernetics, and she co-founded the Indigenous Protocols and AI Working Group, IPAI, and it's a great pleasure for me to introduce Angie on stage. If you want to take you can jump on stage, that's great. So I will let you do an introduction talk before we go into the workshops. Thank you. Enjoy.
Hi, everybody. It's really nice to be here today, and thank you for the very warm welcome. I've come a long way from the land down under. It's probably worth noting that the place that I come from is, or I come from a people and a place, the oldest continuum of living culture on the planet. So my people have lived through ice ages. You know, we're 60,000 years of continuous culture, albeit the last 200 years of a disruption, but really just a blip in the broader spectrum of time. I'm going to get you working with your hands today, but that'll come in a moment. And I'll just give you a little brief outline of exactly what that looks like right now. So we're going to be making some string, and the whole purpose of this is to embed the stories that I'm going to be sharing with you and the stories that you're also going to be sharing in this participatory practice into the string that we're making, which is part of our culture. The string itself is typically then used to go on to make all sorts of different types of weaving, but we're just making string today. I'd love for you all to take a moment to read this. Does anyone have any ideas where this comes from? I'll give you a hint. It's from 1956. It's the original research proposal that McCarthy, Shannon, Rochester and Minsky wrote for the Dartmouth 8-week summer camp. It's a lot of work to imagine getting through an 8-week summer camp. And some of these ideas I'm really interested in because we're still grappling with a lot what's in this right here, this provocation or this proposal to explore these things. In particular, what I'd love to draw your attention to is the really Eurocentric definition of intelligence that we have come to just accept as being part of these technologies that are so embedded within our lives these days. What's also really worth noting is that back in 1956, during the time America was going through a particular period where all things artificial was great. You know, there was a period of time where if you could produce it artificially, brilliant. So these two words smashed together was only one of a number of different terms that they were thinking about. They were also exploring the term thinking machines, which I think was probably a little bit better, well-placed and fitted. However, what I'd love for you to think about is these definitions, and it's really important to think about it in the context of an origin story. You know, there are origin stories for all things within our culture. What I'd like to think about right now, during this little bit of time we have together, is this idea of intelligence and the alternate practices of learning, and a cultural relational understanding of abstractions that are rooted in country and complex Indigenous knowledge systems. Once again, I'd love for you to read this and soak it in. I love this quote. In particular, I'd love to draw your attention to these ideas of perception, comprehension, and understanding, and also draw your attention to the fact that AI and its limitation really comes back to the programmer's responsibility and ability to give adequate programming rules and criteria for success. So with that in mind, I'd like you to maybe close your eyes for a minute and trace your memory back beyond this 60 years of AI history, back to the 60,000 years of Indigenous design and engineering innovation that has happened down under. Our people have designed these unique technologies that are still relevant today, still have a resonance today, and that have a deeply symbiotic connection to country. And what that means for us is country is a combination of earth, land, water, and skies. So you can look up now. This here is an example of that. It's a map of our continent. Has anyone seen this map before? It's also, I think, important to remember that within the domain of AI, that the standards, ethics, governance, and regulations are also very cultural. But I guess what I'm really noticing in the research that I've been doing is that they're very monocultural and not necessarily multicultural. What you see here behind me is an example of a polycentric form of governance. Polycentric meaning many, many centres. 250 different nations. We're more like Europe than what is known as Australia. So, with this in mind, and this very deep, fundamentally different understanding of country, what we have come to recognise is the problematic state that I guess all sorts of strategic design processes typically exist, but because they're rooted within a very Eurocentric view of the world, one that is hierarchical, patriarchal, one that is founded upon slavery and colonisation. And those technologies that exist within your hands right now, within your bags, within your cars, within your homes, are all founded upon these principles. So the question that I had when starting many years ago when I was working as a digital product manager and I was exploring these processes like human-centered design and why couldn't we think about the need to expand those user groups and the broader understand the broader social and environmental systems that are always at play. And how could we do that in a design process that was deeply rooted in a cultural foundation, one that is grounded from a cultural practice that is 60,000 years of iterative design. So that's what we've done. The 4 key cycles within the methodology are culture, research, strategy, and tech. And because I want to get into this participatory part of the workshop, I won't go into real great detail to talk to you about those 4 cycles, but it is an Indigenous-led process. It is important that we always start with understanding the land on which we stand, the traditional custodians, and involving those people in the design process from the very beginning, reframing the assumed problem states to ensure that mob, when we talk about mob, we talk about Aboriginal, that means Aboriginal peoples, are in alignment with or in agreement with the problem state. Sometimes it's actually not the case, and so from the very beginning, we're already off on the wrong foot if we don't take the time to ask the question, is this a problem for you, aunt, uncle? They then typically expand that group out and ensure that the right people are sitting at the table. The research component always consists of culturally mapping country and understanding the various different complex ecological systems that are always at play. Even in really urban environments where there is layers upon layers of concrete and bitumen and steel and glass, it's still country underneath. And so it's a little bit more work to be able to get underneath that all. But that's what we do. We map country and we ask those questions. What does country need and how do we think about this problem state with the needs of country in mind? Because as our elders have always said, we are part of it, country, and it is part of us. And so if we're always thinking about country and what are the decisions best for country, communities are always looked after. So strategy, we typically, within the cycle of strategy, we typically use a range of different strategic design methodologies depending on the context. But what's really important to note is that the last cycle technology is never approached until we've gone through this rigorous process of understanding the cultural foundations, what the knowledges are of country. And we usually combine that with a whole bunch of different other Western knowledge forms and practices. The strategy is typically a process that happens depending on the time that we have for the project and the context and who's involved. And then only once we've gone through that rigorous process, we can start asking the questions, what's the right tool? What are the right technologies that are appropriate for the context of this? And how do we solve this problem with a really deep understanding of the cultural context? and the community needs. So this process has supported all of the work we've done within Old Ways New over an 8-year process. One of those initiatives that we've worked on for the last 5 years is the Indigenous Protocols for AI initiative. It was founded by myself and 2 other First Nations people, one from Harvard and one from Concordia Universities. And it's supported and seeded a whole bunch of different really interesting groups and publications and projects and initiatives. And I guess one of the first key learnings we found from that first initial workshop with a bunch of international Indigenous peoples all coming together because of the same united vision to work with our cultural knowledges to inform the conceptual design of technologies, not just accepting the fact that these technologies or these components are appropriate and that access and participation is our only agenda. We can do more, and we must. So one of those key learnings is that we are going to have many, many different types of Indigenous AIs because our cultural identities are so deeply part of how we understand the world. Me, I'm a saltwater woman from Tasmania. My whole cultural identity, my being, my understanding of the world is all informed by my relationship to my country. So, you might be wondering what are Indigenous protocols and why does it actually matter? In particular, why does it matter for the context of AI? Well, one of the projects I'm going to share with you is an art project that was a collaboration between myself and 2 other people. This big fella on the left here, his name's Adam Goods, and if you know anything about Australia, we have a game called AFL, and he's a bit of a legend in Australia. The last 2 years of his career in AFL, he unfortunately experienced some of the most horrific experiences of racism that the country has seen for a very long time. It was very public and it was harrowing. And in that process, he decided to give the game away. What came from that was really interesting. We met and he was really generous in that he wanted to share his player tracker data. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but most elite athletes have these devices that they wear which are primarily used as a way of enhancing performance management. So the data that's collected is biometric data. It's really rich data. It's extremely invasive data. However, all of the sports people seem to be okay with this. What I found was really interesting is that there's a whole bunch of questions around the collection of that data, but also what else is part of that data and how do we start asking some better questions about to start to understand how do we relate to this data and how do we start to work with it. So, coming back to cultural protocols, what was really important to me is that we first establish the right cultural framework, a cultural foundation to ensure that we weren't just assuming the Western logics of computer sciences and not thinking really deeply about the cultural context. And so what a cultural protocol is, really it defines a set of behaviours. What's really interesting in the field of computer sciences is that I think mostly protocols are about how information, the smallest bits of information, are translated and transferred and moved between different systems and the different rules associated with those, with transferring those bits of information. And in the definitions, the various different definitions I've looked at of what are programming, what are protocols within the sort of domain of computer sciences, nowhere does it seem to have any relationship to the humans that are part of that system, or even more so the responsibility that those humans have. So fundamentally we have a stark contrast. already being drawn here about what are cultural protocols, which are all about behaviour and how you are responsible within your community and to your country. And this other sort of very disconnected concept of programming of protocols within this domain. So when coming back to this art project, what was really interesting to me was when we first started yarning with Adam about, how did he feel in those moments when he was playing at his best, and he was an exceptionally celebrated, still is a celebrated athlete. And when he was playing at his worst during those 2 years of being booed horrifically, like the whole media of the whole nation just hounded him because he called out racism. And in that moment, he talked about how his spatial awareness was impacted, how he couldn't see properly, he couldn't hear, and conversely, when he was playing at his best, he also didn't have much memory of those moments because he described it as a flow-like state. As soon as he said flow-like state, I guess I was both, my interest peaked because I knew what he was talking about was actually much deeper, and that was potentially the performance management people around him talking about flow. When we drilled into that response about being in a flow-like state, he talked about a deep connection to his ancestors and that he lost all sense of time and space because he was in this different altered state. So that was the moment that I realised we need to know what your kinship system is, brother, if it's still intact. And that's, a question that is really sensitive to a lot of us mob, because me coming from Tasmania, if you're not aware, there was an attempted genocide on my people, and most of our culture, our language was incredibly impacted. For Adam, we found out that his kinship system was very much intact. And because his mother was part of the stolen generations, he himself didn't know any of this. And so it was a bit of a process for him, a cultural learning process. What we did was we engaged with his elders, and we explored all the different ways in which we could understand really deeply what is this kinship system. Essentially, kinship systems are about keeping bloodlines clean. If you go back to that fact, 60,000 years of people, of continuous culture, like how did they do that? How did they maintain healthy vibrance, like really incredible culture that has existed still today and still goes on? How? And it's through these various different Indigenous knowledge systems, one of which a kinship system, which is about having strict rules on who can marry who to keep the bloodlines clean so there's no birth defects. But it's also, that's one of the practicalities. And then on the other hand, there's another really important point to a kinship system is about relationality. I also spoke to another brother who's a mathematician, and asked him the question, does a kinship system have anything to do with Indigenous mathematics? And he said, they're the same thing, sister. And I knew that I was onto something, that there was something really important to understanding how can we know everything about this kinship system to ensure that when we're bringing this really sensitive biometric data into this project, that we have a foundation, a cultural foundation to ensure that we're making the decisions that are really important for this work to evolve. At that stage, we had no idea what the work would be. All we knew was we needed to know about the kinship system. So that's what we did. And essentially, there are two key moieties at the heart of this kinship system. Araru, which is warm wind, Mathari, which is south wind. And there's all sorts of different kinship systems around this continent. And basically everybody relates to one or the other. But it also includes who you're responsible for and to. It also includes plant and animal also relate to these two different kinship systems. It even comes back to whose football team that you go for. It's quite incredible. Still today, the kinship system rules all sorts of different contemporary experiences of life. So I could talk a lot about this work, but essentially what you're seeing here is a 6-metre tall projection of a tree. This tree is has a deeply strong ancestral connection to Adam on his country. So we went and we scanned this tree with a LiDAR, and then we used that in a point cloud data format, and then embedded Adam's biometric data into the tree so that he could become part of that tree. And as the tree orientates, it orientates by the direction of the different winds, the warm wind and the cool wind, which are all based on the cardinal points. Inside the tree, as you move through the tree, what you see is 2 screens on the inside of the tree. So it's a subversive experience of country opening up. So on the outside is the experience of kinship systems. On the inside, the experience is country. And what you're hearing is a creation story that is thousands and thousands and thousands of years old. Some would say that it's time immemorial. The creation story references sacred places within his country, and what you're seeing are those different sacred places. And what you're hearing is the creation story spoken by his uncle, Araru Man, and Adam himself speaking language for the first time, Southwind Man, in language. What we then do is we knew that there was a gap in the experience. What we had to find was a way of being able to tie these 2 things that seemed a little disparate at that time, the relational and really inseparable connection that we have between country and kin meaning community. So we did that through machine learning. We used the sound files of the creation story of the warm wind man and the south wind man speaking in language. We trained that data and we fed it to a model which was also trained with the characteristics of north wind and south wind. And then it outputted the sound of those 2 different winds, which formed the basis of a soundscape that circulated around the projections. And you heard it outside, when you were inside the tree listening to this story in language, you also heard this wind circulating, which also orientated the movement of the tree itself. So that's one way of how these different cultural protocols were informing the programming logic within this practice that enabled a different type of experience and a different way that we could speak to the qualities and the actual practices that we employed within this process. Something that I think is so undervalued. So now we're going to jump into the fun part of this talk, which is the yarning circles. Now, there's a couple of things that I need you to know about yarning. One is that it happens just really kind of everywhere and naturally, and typically there's something quite magical that happens when you're actually you're working with your hands. So this is why you're going to be making the string. And I'm going to give each one of these groups different themes that are actually the core themes of this process, country-centred design. So one group will be discussing culture, one research, one strategy, and one tech. And you don't have to overthink it. It's just basically anything that comes up. It's just a chance to be able to talk. So please go to one of these groups and grab some string, and I'm going to teach you how to make that string, and it will be supported by...
Yes, I will try. So let's move very fast because we don't have 30 minutes anymore per group. We have only 20 minutes per group. So we will need, here we said culture, here we have research, here we have strategy, here we have technology. Take a seat, and there is a piece of raffia on every seat, and you're going to discuss the different themes.
Grab one piece, and what you're doing is you're twisting it outwards. Twist it tight, and then you simply just flip it over, hold that piece that you've just twisted in your fingers, and start twisting the other piece. And then once you've twisted that, you flip it over, and you just keep going. It's really simple. I'm going to pull up the slide so you can see.
I want to see this closer. So I twist this.
Twisting outwards.
outwards,
and then fold, pass the string over, hold it in your hand, and then twist the other strand tightly, and then you pass it over. Oh, great! Look at that.
Oh,
and then
okay.
we twist, and we keep going, and there we are. We're making string. Now I'll give you the protocols for this yarning. 1 minute each.
Okay.
Keep to your subject. So culture, research, strategy. Oh, and that's it. And we can come back together and talk about tech if we've got time.
Well, simple.
Speak only from your first person, so your own perspective. Don't interrupt anyone. And try and keep on topic, but speak freely, whatever is present, and don't overthink it. All right, over to you guys.
Okay, so let's take a last couple of minutes. I'm aware we have the next speaker coming up, so I'm aware of this, but let's take 3 minutes, 1 minute per group to reflect on what was happening. So where are the others? Who is with me here? Andrea, are you representing the group? You are representing, yes, very good. And who is the third representative? Oh, okay, good, very good, excellent. Okay, that's great. So we had culture, research, and strategy. So what did you have?
Culture.
Yes, let's start with culture.
Yes. So my group, those guys over there, we were talking...
Hello!
We were talking about the importance of culture and making sure that culture lives on within countries. If it's Australian culture, if it's the Aboriginal culture. Actually, we were just talking about the Aboriginal culture. But we were talking about how we should share cultures globally with different communities and share the stories so they live on, but also respect the, I guess, privacy of some cultures and how special they are for the people within those cultures and the traditional people of that land. For example, in Australia, if we've got... I live in a place in Australia on the east coast called the Bundjalung Nation. The Bundjalung, it belongs to the Bundjalung people. And that area was always a place where you kept moving. It wasn't a place where you settled. It was meant for dreaming. It was a dream time place. And really taking care of that message that has been passed down by generations and generations, but also being able to spread it globally. Like I come here to Australia, I educate people about the culture over there and how important it is to respect it, but I'm also respecting the privacy of the people who live there as well.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes.
Next one, I'm going to stay next to them so that we keep within 1 minute. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, you see it. You have until 3:50. Okay. Yes. No. It goes down. Okay, go on.
So yeah, I'm here from the team research. We, funny enough, quite early focused on science and traditional research and the problems that come with it. And we pretty much anonymously agreed that the current way of doing it is that academia is a do or die environment. So either you publish what your peers are happy about, or you don't, and you don't get accepted in the research and the journals that you would like to. And there are multiple problems that come with it, and we sort of like discussed what the internal brain barriers that you subconsciously build up by this current way of doing research and of doing academia, and that's what we circled around pretty much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wow, you are totally on time. Okay, I'm going to pitch the rest for 1 minute, so I hope I will be representing everybody. So yeah, we had a strategy which is at the same time an old and a modern word, or a no word, people not using it at all, they said. It comes from the war and military vocabulary, but it has also some economics usage related to goals. At any case, it is also related to time, because you only can have this strategy in time. Some people said that it is actually, they want to be out of the strategy system, to be flexible and free, because strategy has a meaning of rigidity and fixed stuff, and they didn't want to have that. Other people were relating to collective intelligence and saying like maybe strategy is when we have a collective intelligence about what a strategy is. We were also mentioning the word tactics. At any case, strategy is very much depending on where you come from or in which ecosystem you are. I think that's the main points, right? Thank you. 60 seconds. I told you I'm the chief time officer, right? I was not joking about that. Okay, thank you guys for summing it up. Can I just say one thing? Yes, of course. I give you the last word, LG, for sure. Thank you.
So I might have switched it off.
Oh, okay. Let's put it on again. Yeah.
So what I'd encourage you all to think about if you're an artist, if you're a maker, if you're a designer, if you're a strategist, wherever you sit in the spectrum, if you're engaging with technology, think about the cultural foundations and how those different processes around, I guess, the questions that we ask and the power privileges that exist within those questions and who's asking them can affect the process or strategy, and therefore then the technologies that can result from that particular process.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It was an amazing experience, right? I mean, can we say thank you to Engine already? It was really great. I really enjoyed it. I didn't know how to do that at the beginning. Thank you very much. It's great. So I know we are running a little bit out of time. We're going to have the last Mentimeter question. Very briefly, take the QR code. I highly encourage you to stay, because the closing keynote is about the myth of tech innovation as a savior, but it will relate really like the themes we had about world of climate tech and finance, and it will go beyond that. So I highly encourage you to stay. In the meanwhile, let's have a last Mentimeter question to relate to ownership, and it will be, how will the notion of ownership change in the future? So please take the QR code. Give me your last answers very briefly, please. I know we are 5 minutes above scope. Yeah, absolutely. It will be on Mentimeter. So just take the QR code. The question will be, how will the notion of ownership change in the future? And it will suggest you a couple of ideas. Is it what we consider valuable, which will change? Is it Web3, blockchain, other tech innovation, which will decentralize ownership? So it's either tech. So no, there won't be any big change because ownership is ownership and it will stay as is. Or will it be big corporation owning most of the resources? And this is the main change that we can expect. So tell me what you think. What's the future of the notion of ownership will be? And then we will move on to our last talk. People will reclaim ownership. What we own will be redistributed. Great. Actually, are they suggestions or are they free answers? Oh, you can vote, right? Yeah, okay, sorry. We had so many questions that I cannot recall. Okay, so for now we have people will reclaim ownership. What we own will be redistributed, which is nice. Oh, this one is winning again. What we consider valuable will change. The most valuable things will be, for example, silence, darkness, and one's own space. Oh, I like that. Oh, yes, we have another one here. This one is also high in the ranking. So I will give you just a couple of few seconds more so that we close this little playful game with you that we had all along the day. So I give you 5 seconds left. Give me the last word. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. You notice I'm obsessed with time? Yes, I am. So, no, we have an ex aequo. But it's a nice ex aequo. So it will be redistributed, and what we consider valuable with change are the winner, but really a very pessimistic scenario here where the big corporation will own most of the resources is really like right behind. Thank you for your participation throughout the whole day. I really enjoyed the game. Did you like it? I mean, yeah? Was it okay? Yeah, we wanted to have a little, knowing where you are at, so that's great. Thank you, and now, great pleasure to have really something like to close the day, which is very dear to me, the myth of tech innovation as a savior. And I'm really happy to have with us Aina Abiodun. She's a climate leader, a filmmaker, a serial entrepreneur, and notably the first Black woman to lead a venture-backed tech company in Germany. Hello! That's quite something. She's been working with different brands, including Meta, Merck, Logitech, Novartis, and on the Obama Foundation. She's an outspoken advocate of just leadership in the climate transition. So I really thought, as a curator, I really wanted to invite her. And she's going to see the prevailing narratives around climate solutions as limiting and inadequate to meet the existential challenges. So I want to hear all about this. Aina, where are you? Yes, fantastic. Please come on stage. I can't wait to hear this. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks for your patience. And good afternoon. I'm happy to be here in Linz with you. I was very excited to be invited here for a lot of reasons, but one of them is I know this to be one of the most forward-thinking places that attracts very forward-thinking people at the intersection of technology, innovation, culture, art. So it's important to me that I'm able to put together some very disparate pieces of knowledge that I've acquired over the course of my career. So let me start here. If you've ever seen a pitch deck for a tech company, who has seen a pitch deck for like a tech idea? Okay, so a lot of people have, okay? So a pitch deck is, the thing you use to sell your company, the thing you use to raise money. And usually it goes like this. There is a state the problem slide. And usually it looks like this. Our planet is collapsing. Humans are dying. And then finally, we humans must save our planet. Enter technology. The 21st century Uber tool. Do you know what else that is, what I just described to you? It's a plot line. It's a Hollywood plot line. It's a classic plot line from every classic contemporary hero film you've ever seen. Indiana Jones, Batman, even Black Panther. Yep, I said it, even Black Panther. Anything in the Marvel universe will follow that script. Maybe the hero saves the planet, but have you always noticed they always have a gadget? There's always something inside their pocket or secretly being developed in a lab that saves the world. Yes, it's technology, modern humans and technology. But let's unpack this narrative real quick. This idea that there's a tech solution for everything. Oh, by way of introduction, I'm Aino Abiodun. I'm a Nigerian-Canadian immigrant to the US. And for the last 20 or so years, I have been either studying or working at the intersection of technology and media. My introduction to the world of tools went like this. It's actually started out, I'm a film student in the early 2000s, I'm an immigrant. So I was obsessed with the idea that my stories, filled with the ambiguity and plurality of my multifaceted culture, would have a place in the land of milk and honey. And ha again. To say I was naive was an understatement. I was also poor by any American measure. So, this was pre-TikTok, right? So pre the democratization of media. And I literally could not afford the tools of my trade. But it was Hollywood. I was in Los Angeles, for goodness sake, right? And I was even nominated for a Student Academy Award for a short film. And I was assured that eventually I would find backers, money people who would relieve me of my class burden. They would produce my films. Well, that turned out not to be true. I learned pretty quick. But just as I was losing hope that I'd be able to tell my stories on the big cinema screen, along comes Web 2.0. Cue superweapon in Hollywood movie. Super shiny, new, and what? It's free, unregulated, democratized, freedom in its very DNA. Hello, old Twitter. And about to unleash its potential. I mean, what could go wrong, right? So I hopped on over to not one, not two, but every single platform I could find could get my sticky little storytelling fingers on. So fast forward 5 years, and I'm doing really great at the tools. I'm doing really great at the tech, right? But really not doing great at getting my stories out there. It turned out that who controlled the platforms became a bigger determining factor in what my experience was going to be. The story goes, every platform has been built so far on the backs of outsiders, marginalized people, queer people, brown and black communities. And then, of course, we were trolled and bullied and pushed into the shadows when it was time to get hella rich and optimize for the folks that mattered to the owners of the platforms. So you know the story. They also enabled surveillance states and algorithms that brought down and continued to destroy entire political systems. So in the end, the tool did not advance my ability to broaden the narrative with my decidedly non-Western perspective. If there's one thing that we've learned is that innovation, tech innovation, is not neutral. But then what is the purpose of innovation? Is it economic? Is it practical? Is it existential? I ask because each one of these meanings has been ascribed to innovation, tech innovation in particular, over the last 25 years, as tech innovation and its spoils have spawned an unprecedented oligarchy. I bought the story. We bought the story. Tools are here to save us, together with our familiar heroes. But here we are right now. We're on the next frontier. It's one in which we dispatch the same basis for 1.0, 2.0, Web 3, and now we have climate tech, arguably the most existential of all. The next biggest and actually most troubling frontier of all. On the basis of what? This quote by Audre Lorde always bothered me because I never really understood it when I first read it. It says, "For the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. They may allow us to temporarily beat him at his own game, but they will never enable us to bring about genuine change." All right, I'm in technology, okay? I never understood this quote. I never understood the meaning
of these words. I'm a modern thinker, I was thinking. Come on, this is too hardcore. Can we at least have the drill the master used? Can we have some power tools? We need something. We need to speed this thing up. During the Arab Spring of 2011, I was probably one of the loudest voices on Twitter, shouting from the mountaintops about how radical this platform was in giving people a voice. And it took me years and a lot of banging my head against the wall before I truly understood what she meant. You know, she wrote this back in the 80s before Web 2.0, before we all know. She called out something really insidious in the nature of the tools, which is a key to innovation. Lard's argument is, why should I believe that there's a dismantling of that single lens framework just because we're building to save the human race? What evidence do we have that that's possible in the history of modern technology? I mean, really, what evidence is there? This from folks who, through the lens of God and technology of warfare, have spent centuries devaluing and destroying the lives of humans in the name of progress. Look who owns Twitter. This from the same story makers, myth makers, and wealth hoarders that enslaved my people in the name of building a nation under God, with democracy and free speech at its center. No colonizer ever said, "Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen of this land, we are here to steal your natural resources and enslave you." They succeeded because their story was good. It was good. Innovation sells one thing, but it delivers something entirely different. It's a different product. It's different from what was in that pitch deck. Remember that technology over the last 150 years has at least been invoked to colonize, pillage, rape, burn. But then the story was that it was a means to an end. It was a means to an end. Let us gift the savages with civilization and build a better place to live. Better? Better for who? But let me return to the meta myth, the new reimagined launch story of planet Earth in this Hollywood movie. It's a mega blockbuster of an action movie that this century is turning out to be. Floods, fires, death, destruction. There's not a better movie than that, right? Let's return to the hero. Let's look inside the mind of our Western patriarchal hero for a quick second. It's born of the belief that the solution to the violent patriarchal destruction of our natural world is more technology. The tool. We need that magical tool for that moment in the movie, for that final scene where our muscled savior will wield his weapon like Thor and save the universe from destruction in one wave. Don't forget, though, we need visuals. We need a saved planet, so we need faces. We need faces in the crowd. We need people to save. Is it a village, a country, some starving, dying people? Can we get those, please? Let's find some good people to save. But wait, does that recall any other narrative? For example, when the colonizers went about their work of saving savages, I know we prefer to forget this particular framing of saving the world. But how can we speak of a future without considering the past? How can we use the same language, the exact same language, and not consider what it means and continues to mean? And then we think, oh, but it's all the species. It's a planetary emergency. We need the tools, goddammit. Let's minimize the role of exploitation and blaze through an MVP. An MVP is a minimum viable product in tech. And let's get to a faster product market fit. That means your stuff can sell in the market. Everyone knows tech is the only way to solve our climate crisis. We shall save the planet. That is the task of the movie. James Baldwin is also one of my favorite truth tellers. And here's why it's important to remember. The great force of history comes from the fact that we carry it within us. We are unconsciously controlled by it in many ways, and history literally is present in all that we do. We cannot escape it. The American dominance of technology and innovation should be cause for worry. And it is absolutely related to the outsized myth-making abilities that we have developed via mass media. We are the masters of the single camera, the auteurs of everything, the manufacturers of hero narratives and the makers of tech dynasties, the worshipers of a single lens camera with varying focal lengths, to be sure, and increasingly wider apertures, but never once releasing that vice grip on the object that frames your world. This is not to say, by the way, Europe is off the hook, or much more pluralistic in its views. It is, after all, the European conquest of the world that brought us what may have once been regarded as a freer social order, at least free from the constraints of birth status and social class. Let's not forget that the original sin that was born as a result of the combination of technological dominance and warfare, combined with the mastery of strategy in war and colonization, that could only be won by cultures in which greed and bloodlust were perpetual and well practiced. I'm not here to argue that war and slavery and greed did not exist outside the European culture. But I am here to say that when the project of conquering the world was completed at the end of the 19th century, certainly we in Africa, and I speak from my ancestral lineage, were bequeathed, or rather, shall I say, choked with the narrative of a single god, a queen, an economy designed to do one thing and one thing only, to keep us in service of the West. I give space here to be grateful for all the stewards of indigenous cultures and religions who refuse to yield and who resist at the cost of their livelihoods, the pattern makers of planetary destruction. Let me put this in software terms. The US was like a glitch in European software. The European software of world domination that spawned a new product, true to its origins, but totally off the rails. So when I began working in climate tech and innovation a few years back, and with a lot of perspective, this was my thought. All this is cool, but hi everyone, climate tech. Are we really gonna let these same people, these same foxes guard the henhouse again and expect different results? What part of the historical narrative of modern technology and economics suggests that we should let the same people who destroyed our past destroy our future? Which part of the violent domination of indigenous, brown and black folks, women, queer, disabled, and all the others that have been othered in the domination of the world with a single cultural lens would lend itself to trusting the master? But let's for 1 second pry away that lens from our eye and look at a different device. Perhaps a divination tray, an object foreign to the Western-influenced eye, and ask what might be missing from the story? What part of the problem of solving are we missing? We cannot deny the existence of the problem of climate change, but how will we approach it? If I were to go to an Ifa priest, which the traditional adherents of my culture do in hard situations, might I discover approaches outside of the monolith of modern innovation culture? What narratives might I encounter? By the way, the Yoruba, from which I am descended, are staunch believers in story. We are myth makers. We believe that the story defines the road. We have an entire deity whose job is communication. He's sometimes referred to as the divine linguist. Wisely, he's also the same person in charge of the crossroads. You must pass him at the intersection of everything. Isn't that fascinating? Our God of communication, of media, of language, of storytelling is also our God of crossroads, of decisions, of paying attention to where we move. This deity is called Eshu. He's gifted with a variety of powers. You see, the Yoruba are an ancient culture with a pantheon of deities that covers everything. In fact, Eshu, known as Echu, Elegba, Papa Elegua in the diaspora post-Atlantic slave trade, is the deity who governs the trajectory of any means by which information reaches humans and however they use it. In his domain, myth-making, translation, misinformation, the willful miscommunication of truth for the sake of power is in there. Eshu is probably one of the least understood deities because of this dimensionality and his complexity. He throws fire on arguments, forces you to think about the paths you might take, the myriad perspectives to a problem. Some people find these characteristics problematic, and I think many people find me equally problematic and annoying. So let me reintroduce myself to you. I am Aina, child of my Yoruba ancestors, who gave me the gift of standing between two worlds so I could always see what the spirits say and what the humans think, who the spirit world prevented from choking on my umbilical cord. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mokwelala Aina Adebola Abiodun, born Aina with the Oriki, Aina Orosun Ajibobare, Aina Womati Ano, Ale Shimagun, Ogungbangba Nishasun. I come to you today in the spirit of this deity, in the spirit of a crossroads of our crisis, and I ask, would you like to give your future and the future of all life on this planet to the mythologies of architects and designers of a world that has not been livable for so many for so long? By that I don't mean a country, I don't mean a people, because the patriarchal, monolithic, violent design of systems that's being perpetuated is perpetuated by many people outside the West. Just delivering the same flawed thinking that got us here. Every indigenous person that has met their death at the hands of the technologically savvy, innovative colonizers will tell you it is swift. Power is fast. And when it sinks its teeth into your culture and into your people, your stories, your life force, it will choke you in less time than it takes to build a minimum viable product. We spent centuries evolving our culture, and in less than a century, we were wiped out. The planet spent millennia evolving biodiversity only to be stripped bare in a tiny fraction of time. In fact, just in my lifetime. My first introduction to the power of big oil was a rude coming of age, an awakening, and my first encounter with climate injustice was the execution of the activist, poet, and writer Ken Saro-Wiwa, whose nonviolent campaign to protect his people in 1995 and their land and fishing livelihoods in the Delta region of Nigeria interfered with Shell Oil's plan to extract oil. Shell, together with the military dictatorship, orchestrated an illegal trial and sentenced him to die. He was hanged. It was swift because power is fast. In a few short years, the post-colonial, Nigerian-led military, propped up by corporate oil interests, managed to destroy the land and the livelihoods of what the Ogoni, those people, hold dear. By contrast, wisdom is slow. In our cosmology, there is wisdom in all sentient beings, hence our desire to temper the human instinct to destroy. Our oracle, our deity of wisdom, says power is reborn to defend against the powers of death and destruction. This deity is sacred and imbued with knowledge, and as the story goes, when the oracle, the divine source of knowledge, goes to clear a patch of land, he's stopped by another deity who's imbued with the knowledge of herbs and plants, who says, wait, don't cut those plants. They contain medicinal properties. And that deity retreats humbly and asks to be taught the language and the truths of the plants one by one. It is through this that this deity gains knowledge and incorporates the natural world into his sacred practice. So see, for us, there are complex systems in place, and there are three forces at work. Eshu of the crossroads, the deity of the crossroads. Ogun of iron and innovation. We have a deity of innovation. Oromela, the oracle and the seat of wisdom, there's entanglement. But wisdom always occupies the highest point in the hierarchy. And he gifts the god of innovation with the secret of iron, the secret of technology, the secret of innovation. Without wisdom, there is no technology. So what then does Ogun own the world? A wise and ethical use of his powers. You see, you are your myths. Your myths design your path. So what are your myths? What do you believe about the hero, the machine, and the people to be saved? I work running a lab for climate innovation, and I have a few things that guide my thinking. To my knowledge, I am the only Black African-born leader of a Western innovation lab, so this weighs heavily on my mind. I want your help. I need your help. I want to propose a different way forward, informed by my own legacy and learning that anyone in innovation can consider. We can uncover myths. Know your myths. Understand what they are. Question the story, because there is always a story whether you know it or not. Look outside in. Do not only look from the inside out. Think slowly, but act fast. Because yes, we are in an emergency. Build with and not for. I think that's what the preceding speaker tried to get across as well. Innovation will not save us, folks. Our best chance to save ourselves is to transform our cultures of forgetting and erasure. That, my friends, is urgent, more urgent than tech innovation. We need to innovate our ways of being. Lots of tech, not enough innovation in our ways, ushering the wisdom, the planet, and the future that I imagine for my descendants. Thank you for having me.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's a brilliant wrapping up of what is expecting us also. I mean, and a great introduction for tomorrow also, by the way, because tomorrow we're going to go into the technology. So and it's brilliant. I noted power is fast, wisdom is slow, but without wisdom, there is no tech. We're going to go and see this tomorrow. So I hope to see you. I hope you enjoyed the day, first of all, which was based really about the ownership we have around the themes of nature and the narratives we have around this ownership of nature, who owns the narrative. And tomorrow we're going to move to the technology. We're going to ask who owns the technology, which could be actually considered as commons. We're going to have a great program. The morning we will explore the impact of AI and how misinformation is used to undermine democracy. We have great guests. We have Dr. Sarah Krebs, who is one of the 3 counselors invited by Joe Biden to talk about the AI and democracy, which is high at stake in the States, but not only in the States, obviously, but right now with the election coming. We have Audrey Tang, the Ministry of Digital Affairs from Taiwan. We have, oh my God, we have so many great speakers, I don't even know who to mention. We have Nina Yankovitz, who will talk about being a woman online and disinformation. So it's going to be great. So in the morning, we will do this technology, power and truth. So I can relate to what Ina was just saying before. We're going to talk about the promise and perils of AI mediated in political communication. In the afternoon, we will have a look at the own relationship we have with misinformation. I mentioned the workshops we're going to have to debunk fake stuff and to debunk false information, fact-checking. We're going to have keynotes about that. We're going to explore how AI is changing our consciousness and what can humans do against misinformation. So you see, we have quite a program. I hope to see you tomorrow. Yeah? Yeah? Good. So have a great evening. See you tomorrow. Thank you.